Hey everyone, it's good to have you here. We need to get that food line going, so I'll dismiss you guys according to tables, get our Hall of Famers through. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for supporting 8 outstanding individuals. And this tonight is an honor and privilege to be a part of, but it's something that they've earned and it's a long time coming. So excited to be a part of it. Hey, we're going to give a quick word of prayer, and then I'm going to dismiss. We're going to go on both sides of the table. There's plenty of food, so eat up. So if you wouldn't mind, bow with me, please. Dearly Father, we just thank you for these 8 people that we are recognizing tonight. We thank you for their God-given gifts that you blessed them with, and we're so thankful that they chose to share those gifts with so many. We thank you for the impact that they've had on this community. We thank you for this evening where family and friends have traveled long distances to support them and to thank them for their time at Flora High School. Father, we just thank you for this food that we're about to receive and the hands prepared it. And we just thank you again for this evening that we have together as community. It's in Jesus Christ's name I do pray. Amen. Amen. So how we'll dismiss, we're going to actually start on this side. The Briscoe table, the Cooper tables, if you guys would go ahead and go through this door. Smitty's table. You guys may go.
Hello. Hey, what's up? I didn't know if you recognize me. I was going to tell you my name. Anyway, we had a conversation. Second conversation.
Yeah, pretty much. Just be there and represent IPA. You have tip of the sword. Not the sword, just the tip. Yeah. To make the boys were a little hungry. Not that he needs it.
There's always a numbers guy. He brought that in.
There's nobody on our team. I work part time with field service. We're 7 hours. Kaskaskia, Southwestern, and everywhere. So I basically have everything from Marshall to Ocala. Oh, absolutely. That's big of everything. Do some stuff Zoom wise every other day. For like 45 minutes. Oh, for sure.
And then he told me
I'll be back. So,
Thank you. Thanks for all you did for us. That's why I tell people about it a lot. Who was your favorite? Oh, what you did. But you still
Just like
He said,
You picked wrong.
trying to tell you. Hey, sweetheart, I know. I didn't know you guys were married. I'm so thrilled for you guys. Two of my favorite people. I'm doing great. I'm just retired. Playing to enjoy there. So I know you guys got a young one. I got the ear. I think that's awesome. Like, you guys really, it's nice to see you. Hey, if it gets, if they run out of material. No, I'm hoping you and I can do our show. That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. They said
Absolutely. Just see what you. I don't know if it's better when they play on strike. Couldn't hear that ball bounce. That was on Danny's for a while. You guys kind of had that so what initially was like, later on the poured like Cody on top of it. It just made singles. And that year tell you what though, we had a heck of a deal to get that covered. Couldn't take it up. Couldn't put wood on it because I would raise it up about 2 inches in the doorway. So we ended up finding a vinyl coating. And we basically just vinyl coated it. It looked like Jimmy. Yeah, so you had changed vinyl rolls. Yeah. So that's right. I remember quite a bit. Yeah. He's got clear things through the office. There ain't no way there's any Fridays moving forward. There ain't no way. Yeah, but he would miss that one to walk by. He would have passed up on it, but he would have had to sell it. I would definitely go. Last week of the month.
Last but not least.
Yep. Is that mine? Is that mine?
That's all right. You can get it. Put it in that hallway. Come on.
Yep, exactly what I wanted.
Doing all right? You doing, Julius? Doing good?
Both of them.
Looking good, bro.
They got close to it.
Literally with the house there, locally like valley.
If you have not yet, please go eat. We have tons of food out there. Please, please.
That's service for you. I usually take vacations. Sarah's son getting married, January, they're looking forward to other than that, So much shifting and moving of dirt and mud, trees, like how solid is the foundation.
He was playing with us like 6-man scramble or whatever. We end up getting the ball and go. He goes, I never get down here. He goes, I know what's
Hey, good evening again, and hope you got plenty to eat. There is plenty of food out there for seconds and thirds. So throughout the evening, if you want more food, feel free to get up and grab some. Plenty of dessert in there as well. So,
Turn the mic on.
So,
Turn the mic on.
well, may have to take it off and hold it. All right. Can you hear me now? I'm not going to go through the whole spiel again. Hey, food, plenty of food left. Seconds, thirds, please get some. Dessert out there. First, I want to thank the caterers tonight. Licking my chicken and pulling my pork from Effingham was the main course, and then the dessert was from Jennifer Lewis in the Fair Barn. So greatly appreciate all of their food tonight. And also want to thank my wife was in charge of all the decorations. She took that off my shoulders, so I appreciate her coming in and doing that on relatively short notice. But more importantly, I want to thank all of you guys for making the trip in this evening. As I was telling the Hall of Fame this morning, I could not have picked 8 better recipients than the ones that we have right now. 6 of them Division I athletes. Coach Welch and 3 Hall of Fames already put basketball and Flora on the map starting in the 80s. And then Smitty also in 3 Hall of Fame, soon to be a 4th when I'm here. And anywhere you go in Southern Illinois, everybody knows when you say Smitty who you're referring to. So again, not only 8 tremendous people that are connected with athletics, but just 8 tremendous human beings. And so I just want to make sure and kick off this evening by letting you know that their main goal is my main goal, and that is going forward. We want to make sure that the integrity of this Hall of Fame stays intact, that it also has great longevity. We want to see this every year for the next several decades taking place with new people being enshrined, and these 8 people are going to be the ones that make that determination. And everyone that comes after them individually, they will join that team in deciding who will be the next class of Hall of Famers. So let me just go ahead and commence with excellence in athletics and excellence in life is when people see opportunities and they pursue those opportunities with great passion. And I really, truly believe these 8 individuals that we're honoring tonight exemplify that. They had dreams and passions, and they didn't wait for them to come to them. They worked hard to achieve them. But I also believe that's what this Hall of Fame is. This Hall of Fame is also about excellence in athletics and excellence in life. So I am not going to take any more of your time this evening. I want to get started with hearing the stories and the honoring of our 8. Tonight, our first one will be Joel Pallas. He'll be introduced by his dad, Bob. One quick story on Joel. My first year here, I was teaching at the junior high, and Larry McGrew would come down into Don Talmott's room every day after school, and he would tell stories of different athletes. And my favorite story on Joel Pallas was Larry was coaching junior high track for years, and he would get frustrated because one of the events that Joel would be in, he would never be able to find him. And it was always at Albany, I believe. And they would finally locate Joel and he would be at the concession stand, wolfing down not one but 2 chili dogs, and then go run his event and dominate the event. So that's Joel Palace. He's also the last person at Flora High School who was named Southern Illinois Athlete of the Year. Now you think about Southern Illinois and the great athletes that's come out each and every year. Well, his senior year, he was recognized as the best athlete in Southern Illinois. And you guys know his story. The guy qualified for state every single year in high school. He lettered 6 different times, all 4 years in tennis, 1 year in basketball, 1 year in football, where I should say first team 1 year in basketball, 1 year in football. And that was only because he didn't play football 4 years. So a tremendous athlete, but also just a tremendous human being. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over now to his dad, Bob. At this time, if you come forward, please.
Hang on just a minute, he's gonna give me word up and probably can't hear a word I'm saying anyway, right? Okay. How's that sound? Loud? Loud and clear? Okay, great. It's a real honor to be here tonight and be able to offer up one of my sons, my youngest one, for this Hall of Fame program. When Joe asked me to do this, I started reminiscing a little bit. Played a lot of sports myself in grade school, high school, college, and started looking at pictures and started thinking about this. And the more I thought about it, I hadn't taken the time to really find out who was involved in putting this together. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this is an incredible thing to do. It's an incredible opportunity to bring pride back to the community, to bring pride to the athletes that were outstanding, to bring pride to young athletes coming along that are looking for somebody to shoot for, to try to, hit that top rung of the ladder. So before I introduce Joel, I want to personally thank the AD, the athletic department, the coaches, the administrators, anybody that may have helped establish this and help this Athletic Hall of Fame program. It's really a great way to recognize the outstanding athletes in the past, the outstanding teams, coaches, contributing individuals that helped our program in the county go. There's no question that academics is the cornerstone of our community school systems. But I believe, and I know there's a lot of others here tonight, believe that the benefits that sports teach our young people, things like accountability, dedication, leadership, and a lot of the other skills that they learn that makes them even stronger academically. I feel that both of these work together very well. The grit, the staying power that they learn from athletics is something that can help them get through high school, through college, find a soulmate in life, raise a family, get involved in the community, get involved in the church, become an A1 citizen. And we're talking about yours truly here, along with some others. Actually, I would have never made it through Purdue had I not been so involved in athletics to such extremes. It really, you just laid back and studied harder than the next guy, worked harder than the next person. And once that happens for young people, and they realize it really works, it's really a code for a success story. And so that's why I think this program is so important. You know, academics is really more than just a sport. It's about seeing how far we can push ourselves. It's about overcoming setbacks, whether in high school, college, or life. Playing sports actually teaches us to persevere when the times are at their toughest, and to always make sure that we put that best foot forward, because we've seen it successfully happen for us a few times. So I just wanted to take a few moments to actually applaud the people that did all this. A couple more things before I introduce the guy over here. Starting a Hall of Fame program is very unique, and I just happen to know how important they are because I was involved with my older brother, John Pallas, when he was inducted in the Hall of Fame at Murray State College, and also the last time when he was inducted in the Hall of Fame of University of Wisconsin, where he had served several years as the head coach in basketball and the head coach in tennis. And the last time was in Wisconsin, and I remember sitting down with him, and we talked about it, and he said, you know, everybody takes these things for granted, but he said, those of us to get dedicated, to get inducted, it means the world. And he got a classy guy, and he's a tough guy. He's been around the block a lot. And he said, I'll never forget these things. They'll be in my heart forever. And he also said, another thing that's really important is for the community that gets to witness and clap and enjoy our teams, our coaches, and these extraordinary individuals. It gives them a pride and a part of that team. And they'll remember it forever. And when it comes along again, they'll be the first ones to make sure they show up to support that team. The other thing he said was that, you know how young athletes, when they come along, they look for the stars of the team. Football, basketball, tennis, track, golf, whatever it may be. And they have it in their brain and their heart and their soul that I want to shoot to be like that girl or that guy. And he said the reason why Hall of Fame programs are so important is because if one gets established, he not only picks out that one or two people that are really good athletes, he looks at the history and gets pride from seeing who the great athletes were in the past. And he said, in a few moments, it tells that young man or young woman that these great athletes grew right up here where I'm growing up. They played their sports right here. They played for that coach. You know, maybe that's something that's possible for me. So he was saying it takes them one notch beyond that individual at that moment in high school. It's a great athlete. It brings pride to all your student body to know that they are a part of the team. And when they hear the name of their school and the community, it brings a lot of pride back to them and the community. Talked too long on that, but anyway, that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you. This guy down here is Joel Pallas. I did the same thing with him. I looked at hundreds of pictures, looked at articles that my late wife had saved about athletics and what all of our children, our grandchildren had done. And it was really enjoyable. What I'm going to tell you about here shortly is the very simplest things that made Joe a great athlete. We all know that I probably helped him coach him in tennis and in basketball and catching passes in football. And they had great coaching to help them in the school. But the things you don't see are the little things that happen from the time when they're really young till they get to that point in school where they start to become a great athlete. Incidental things that you would never consider important that actually help get them towards being a great athlete. And this happens in all families with all people. The first thing I saw was when I thought of Joe's name, there was a color commentator for one of the radio stations in the area. I think it was either Fairfield or maybe Salem, maybe Onley, who knows. But one night when I wasn't at the game and I was listening, this guy was talking about the players, and he said, this Joe Palace guy, and this Joe Palace, he's the whirling dervish. And I'd never heard that before, and the name started catching on here and there. I wouldn't see it too often, maybe once every 3 or 4 weeks. Joe Palace, the whirling dervish, scored 11 points, got 6 rebounds, blah, blah, blah. And so I don't think I thought about that before, since the years he was probably in high school. But shortly here, I'll tell you about the whirling dervish and what he did. Like most exceptional athletes, Joe's career started at home with his 2 older brothers, Andy and Chris, who unknowingly became the architects of his initial training programs. And by unknowingly, let me tell you how this works. Joe was a real intense person. Judy and I knew that ahead of time. We knew from the time he was 5 years old he was going to be an attorney when he grew up. But he would often tell me at that age that I'm not going to believe no law attorney, man. And so we let that go. But he always was able to focus and make an argument, just like an attorney would. And if you start giving him 2 or 3 reasons why he should do what he is asking he to do, he would also have another argument to go against that one. And so we had a great deal of trouble around talking to him on a lot of things he wanted to do. He was just so intense, and it was a joy for me to watch him come up because I knew he was going to try to be the best that he could ever be. But anyway, the way this works, he always wanted to be involved in everything and wanted to be with his brothers all the time. Andy was 8 years older, Chris was 4 years older. And even though he wanted to be with them all the time, they didn't necessarily want him to be involved any of the time with them, which often happens for a lot of young people. And but it created an extreme interest in him and a desire to hang close to them. Even when they tried to outrun him, he would keep up at times. And I'm sure he took a few beatings, just to try to send him home to mom, but it didn't always work. Where we lived, we had all the usual stuff. We had dodgeball games, we had Nerf balls. If the dog got a hold of the Nerf ball and ate too much of it, we'd switch to tennis balls. And disc ball is a lot more difficult to make the basket too, because you shoot from the top of the door with the trim board over the door, and if you hit it 4 of the 5 ways, it's going to go somewhere where it doesn't count for a point. But when you hit the very perfect part of that, you'll get this arc that comes off, and that's when you score points. So it's a lot more difficult to do that. The biggest problem that Joe had there was that the older guys also, besides being opponents, they were the referees too. So there was a great deal of difficulty there that we had to work with on that. We had all the stuff for kids: ping pong tables, dartboards, tennis court. which was like having a skating rink, a bicycle racetrack. We had a couple of basketball goals out there that you could shoot on. And in my earlier years, it even worked out for me as a 120-foot target area for my bow and arrow, and worked out good for all of us. But the thing that made a big difference for Joe, he wanted to stay so close to his brothers. He wanted to do everything they did, and they tried everything they could to get away from him. I can still remember my wife saying, "Look, you beat him 8 times. Let him win one time, just one time." Yeah. Honestly, it'd be a big help if they'd say, "Mom, you don't understand, Joe. If we let him win one time, he'll be 10 times worse than he's been up to now. And so we just can't handle that. So we'll do the best we can." We had plenty of room. We had a lot of kids that would come over to our house. We'd have 6, 7, 8 of them over there all the time, especially in the summer. They had plenty of time, plenty of places to play G.I. Joe, had plenty of places to play cowboy, Indian, just about anything they wanted to do to have fun. But the one point I'll make here about Joe developing his athletic prowess, his speed. The house we lived in now, and Joe lives in now, in the family room, we had a big breakfast bar kitchen that went around in a circle into the foyer and back into it again. We had another big circle in the house that went from the foyer to the living room to the dining room and back again. And we had this huge dining room table that you could always use to run around too. Joe initially started out pestering his brothers to get their attention. He got Chris's attention more than he did Andy, his older brother, but they eventually started chasing him, and he would run around these circular areas. And the first month or two, Chris would catch up and pound him a little bit, and keep him at bay for a while till he started in again. I started noticing after about 2 or 3 months that, and he was just a little brother, skinny, long-legged. He could make these fast cuts. He could turn corners like I've never seen him turn before. He could stop on a dime and do a pirouette and go the other way just as fast. And Chris had a hard time catching up with him most of the time. He would usually catch up, give him a pounding, and Chris would be sent to the other room to sit in the corner, and Joe would he'd get to mama and get hugged and stuff. And it wouldn't be any time at all. A few times I was home, I'd see him go over to look at Chris and kind of give him the look, And first thing you know, they'd be chasing each other again. Judy'd be screaming. I'd come home from work and I want you to talk to Andy. I want you to beat the crap out of Chris. And I want you to get rid of Joe. I want you to end it. Anyway, we had a great time. Just a couple more things. I'll let you go here. Joe, he was always looking way ahead. Like I said, he really, really did focus and think beyond his age. Come up with, you pick 10 items or 10 ways that he should not do what he's asking for, and he would have 10 arguments to come against you on it. And it was unusual. It was interesting. When he was coming through the 5th, 6th, 7th grade, when the elves would have their hoop shoots, he asked me one day, he said, "Dad, how is it that you learned to shoot free throws so well?" And I said, well, I had a high school coach that would make us come in early in the morning, 4 days a week. We had to shoot 100 free throws. And the kid I got a ride with, his dad went to work at 6. So we got there so early, we ended up shooting 300 and 400 free throws most of the time. And if you do that, believe me, you'll get pretty good and you'll be a great shot from outside. So he started doing that. We got into late November, it started getting really cold. And he came in and his hands were all cold and numb. Dad, I can't eat a cup of close now. So that brought about one of the things I remember so well. I went to Bristol Surplus and bought a salamander, stuck it out there, hooked it up, and turned it on. And I tell you, it really worked good. I could see where the brick masons can lay brick in any type of weather because he would stay out there and shoot, maybe for an hour. Eventually, made the state playoffs and the altitude shoot. Had a great time doing it. Those were fun times to go and watch. The last thing, he started asking me about how the players that we see on TV once in a while, they're great tennis players. How did they get so good? And I said, well, they've got coaches all the time. They got trainers. He said, well, where do you find these guys? I said, I don't know. And he said, well, Dad, I want to do that. What should I do? You know, we didn't have the internet back then, so the few things you had was the local library. And I think I may have even suggested one time that you could go up there and take a look, knowing that he probably would be able to catch on at all. There probably would be somebody that was busy and couldn't help you. But actually, it didn't work out that way. Joe started coming home with names of top coaches, top camps around the United States, Mexico, Australia. He didn't know how far away that was, so I didn't tell him anything about it. But he eventually came up and asked me, he said, Dad, I want to become a great tennis player. I want to be the best I can. You're right, my tennis is helping my basketball and my catching of passes in football, my hand-eye coordination. The sports all seem to go together. He said, I picked out 2 camps, and I want to think about going to it after my 8th grade year. Well, you know, we tried talking him out of this several times, thinking that he was just too young and it might be a difficult thing for him to do. He'd be coming up against really tough athletes. But he picked out one in Florida, and he picked out one called John Newcomb's Tennis Center in Texas. And my brother knew John Newcomb real well and had played tennis with him before and had played a lot of doubles with John Newcomb's own doubles player when he wasn't around. And so I called John and he checked in with those individuals. I found out that this is a no-nonsense place. You go there, they work your tail off. They make you the best that you can be. You run miles and miles every day. You do exercises. If there's any shenanigans, you get a quick ticket home on the bus home. And so we eventually gave in. I said to my wife, you know, he'll only be there about a week or 2. He's going to get lonely. He's going to want to go. He'll call us. We'll have to go get him. It never worked out that way at all. He stayed. He worked his tail off. When he went there, we had around 64, 65 guys in the men and the boys part. There were also girls that played. And he was like second to last, 63, 62, 64. Within 4 months, he had become the second and third best player. And that was the first time I realized that I need to start listening to him because he really was dedicated. He really wanted this. Maybe this is something we should try at least for a year, see how it works. It did work out. He became an exceptional tennis player. He beat several ranked young men in tennis in the age groups of 12 and 14, moving his way up. His freshman year in high school, he decided to stay here 1 year. He wanted to go to Florida maybe after that. But after staying here, he got so familiar with his friends again, enjoyed all the sports, played 3 sports, and said, you know, I think I'll take it another year. Each year was he got a little bit better. One of the last things I'll say about Joe is that he's one of those kind of people that will try 5 times harder in practice than he will in the game, and that's why he always did so well in basketball games. I could go on forever. We got a lot of other people to speak here. Again, thank you for letting me talk. Thank you for letting us offer congratulations to these people that set this up, because this is an extremely successful thing. So at this time, let me introduce to you my youngest son, Joel Palace. Oh. This is what you have when you have 5 foot surgeries in about 6 months.
All right, thanks, Dad. I appreciate that. That was nice. The whirling dervish, I remember that, and I love that you remembered that because I haven't heard that in a long time. And I remember I didn't know what it even meant, and I looked it up. One day, and I guess it's a religious group, and they spin, faster. They do this for like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and I remember thinking, is that what I look like playing basketball? But yeah, that name stuck. Bunch of old timers would always come into McDonald's. And, there's Whirling Dervish. But I knew it was a compliment, but I didn't know what it meant. But anyway, but yeah, let's get started tonight. First thing I'm going to do is thank all the, or just let everyone know how thrilled I am to be part of this Hall of Fame with these great athletes. And I've gotten to hang out with them the last 2 days, and we've had a blast. And I've really had a fun time. You're not only great athletes, but you're all really good people, and it's been a lot of fun. And I'm just really honored to be a part of this with all of you guys. It's really incredible. And I have to do this. I have to acknowledge my wife, Shauna. Today is her birthday. I know there's nowhere you'd rather be than celebrating me. But I did promise her a birthday dinner, and I'm a man of my word. I want to thank Smitty. I've got to thank Smitty. I think the whole community is grateful for Smitty because, he's here. All right. Smitty, you are the heart of the community. You really are. And I don't think I know of another person who has probably done more for young kids as far as building their self-esteem and their confidence with all your pictures and all your articles over the years. Everyone's grateful for everything you've done and everything you continue to do, so thank you for that. Tom Dog, Coach Welch, I loved playing for you. It was great. I really enjoyed it. You always got the best out of me, and I really owe you a lot. I don't even think you know what you've done for me, and I'm going to let you know. One of the things Smitty asked me was, do I think that playing multiple sports helped with the recruiting process? And it definitely did. There's no question about it. And but a lot of people don't know this. My sophomore year of high school, the only sport I played was tennis. That year I decided I'm going to be a tennis-only guy, and I'm going to specialize, and this is what I do, and this is what I do best. And that was my plan. It was not Coach Welch's plan. And I remember that winter in the hall, wherever, you would, anytime I ran into you, you would be like, hey, I really think you should play basketball next year. I really think you should play. And, Coach, I haven't shot a basketball in over a year. I don't really think I'm going to be much help. And you were like, nonsense. I really think you should play. And he was persistent. And it went from, I think you should play, to by the end of my sophomore year, it was, you are playing. And here's the summer schedule. And here's this. And he is, the reality is you're kind of an intimidating guy. And I actually was like, I wasn't sure if I could say no. I really wasn't. I was like, I don't think I have an option here. I think I have to play basketball. But I'm thankful I did, and I'm very grateful that you convinced me and that you saw something in me because playing basketball gave me the confidence to then play football. And I mean, the rest is history. I got to be a part of all these great teams. I really feel like I owe a lot of that to you because I wasn't going to do all that. And it's just amazing. I got to be part of the 1993 Class 3A state playoffs in football. I mean, that'll be a memory I'll have the rest of my life. Our basketball teams, that my junior and senior year, we were 50-9 over that 2-year period. We were 25-5 my junior year. We were 25-4 my senior year, and it's incredible. Over that period of time, we won a Vandalia tournament. We won a Midwinter Classic tournament. We won a conference title, 2 regional championships. We got to the finals of 2 sectional championships. I mean, it was like Fire Truck City going through town. It was an incredible time to be a part of these programs. I'm so thankful I got to be a part of that. I got to play with some great players. I got a couple of them here tonight. I got Hurleman, I got Duke, I got Spicer over here. And I think that's the thing I'm the most grateful for is the friendships I developed. Because when you go to battle with these guys every day and you are trying to win games and trying to win championships, you build these long-term, long-lasting friendships. And so I'm very happy that I got to share all those memories with you guys. Very thankful for you, for whatever you saw in me and that you convinced me that I could do more. So thank you from the bottom of my heart for that, because that was life-changing for me. Now, how did I get here? From an athletic standpoint, you know, Dad obviously talked a lot about my brothers. They did torment me. They were terrible, brutal. I ran a lot from them. I got one back here doing this right now. But anyway, they were brutal, and there's no question I got a competitive drive from them. Yeah, definitely. But I looked up to Andy and Chris more than anybody, of course, Dad too. But outside my immediate family, there's 2 people I really looked up to as a kid growing up. And I thought, man, if I could be like these guys, you know, I'd be unstoppable. And those 2 people are here tonight. They're both in the Hall of Fame. It's the 2 Tims. And I thought, man, if I could have Locum's athletic ability and I could have Stanley's strength and physique, I'd be unstoppable. And so I trained and worked hard and trained. And as you all know, I didn't get either of those. So I had to go to a plan B. And plan B for an athlete is just finding out what your strength is, what you're good at. And as crazy as it sounds, my strength was chaos. That was my strength, chaos. Or whirling dervish, I guess you could say. I learned early on at a young age, early in high school, for some reason I could run more. And I had this unique amount of endurance. And I learned that if you run as fast as you can, 100% of the time, it does 2 things. It drives people crazy, even my own teammates, believe it or not. But more importantly than that, it just wears people out. And the way I looked at things back then was, you know, you might be bigger than me, you might be stronger than me, you might be faster than me, you might be better than me, but I will see you in the 4th quarter. I will see you in the 3rd set of the tennis match. Let's see how good you are then, you know. And so that was my thing, and it was never beautiful. I mean, I was never going to do some beautiful crossover, the jump shot, and look amazing. If anything, I was going to shoot a brick off the front of the rim. I was going to twirl around, spin around somebody, jump over the next guy, elbow somebody in the face, somehow get the ball, and then I'd put in the ugliest. It's true. I'd put in the ugliest layup you ever saw in your life. But you know, for any kids or anyone out there wanting to play basketball, I'll tell you this: as ugly as it was, if you do that over and over and over and over again, they will give you 1st team all conference honors. So it does not have to be beautiful; it can be ugly. And there's a tennis player, Brad Gilbert. He wrote a book, and it's called Winning Ugly.
And I love it. And I feel like that's my entire career. I feel like in the Hall of Fame, under my name, you should have in quotes, winning ugly. Because I feel like I was one of the best at it. I thought that was my thing. And when you don't have the attributes of all these other Hall of Famers that are here tonight, you better learn how to win ugly. And they'll tell you, these guys sitting here at this table, they'll tell you many times on the sidelines, Coach Martin, Coach Welch are like, what in the heck is Palace doing? Like, he's not even running the right plays. But I guarantee you they followed that up with, but I can't take him out because whatever he's doing is working. So that's winning ugly. But anyway, I have to touch a little bit on, I got to touch on tennis, obviously, because let's be honest, that's why I'm here. That's what I'm known for. Tennis is my thing. And I can't really, I've been playing tennis since I was in diapers, and I can't talk about tennis without talking about Coach Jerry Stringer back there, because he was my coach for 4 years. We called him Vietnam Jerry, and if you know him, you know why. He was strict, but he was a really good coach, and he's really knowledgeable in tennis. He's been around it a long time. I was honored to play for him, and I enjoyed playing for him. I will say this, though, not only was he my coach, he was my uncle. So we had that love-hate sort of relationship, and he actually disciplined me more than my own parents did. So it was one of those kind of things. I have to share this story. I know I've told this story before, but it's my favorite Coach Stringer story. But we were at the sectionals in, it was either Paris or Casey, somewhere near Terre Haute, yeah. And we pull up, and Vietnam Jerry's like, all right, everybody get out and stretch and get up there and run and warm up and all that stuff. And everybody did, but I was so hungry, and I saw a gas station like 2 blocks away. So I go down to this gas station, and they have those hot dogs that are spinning, like 5-day-old hot dogs. And I got a couple of those, which is, hey, that's what I do. I mean, I got a couple of those hot dogs and like a fruit roll-up and some Slim Jims, slushy, whatever, all the pregame performance meal stuff you want before a sectional final. And I scarfed it down. I come back, and as I'm coming back, I don't know what I was thinking, why I thought everything would be okay. But I walk around the corner, and my team's all looking for me. Hacksaw, everybody, they're all looking for me. And Jerry's just standing, like this. And I thought, oh my goodness, I'm gonna die today. Like I'm gonna die. And I'm getting on the bus, and he tells everybody to get on the bus. And as I'm getting on the bus, he does this full-on hockey, just checks me into, like, just rams me into the front of the bus. I just remember Slim Jims flying everywhere. And the bus driver's eyes were this big around. Everybody on the bus, their eyes were this big around. And I didn't know what to do. It didn't hurt, but I was embarrassed, and my feelings were hurt, And I grabbed the big red gum, and I threw it at him. And I said, you win this blankety blanker sectional without me, you blankety something or another. And I walked off, and I know there's no crying in sports, but I was bawling. And I was walking fast, and he's behind me, and he's, Joel, get back here, Joel, we gotta talk, or whatever. And there's probably a finger involved, and it was bad. But we end up at the front of the, I'll never forget this is Jerry, because he actually is a softie. But we end up at the front of the school, and he grabs me and he embraces me, and he's crying, and he's like, I love you. And I said, I love you too. And then he's like, I'm sorry. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I'm the idiot, I'm sorry. And so we made up. And on the way back to the bus, Alney's Coach Carmel walked up to me, and he said, hey, Joel, I kind of saw what happened there, and I just wanted to let you know if you'd like to play for Alney next year, we'd love to have you. And so I told Jerry I was this close to going to Alney, but I'm glad we made up. He knows I love him. I know he loves me, and we've had a lot of stories. I've given him a lot of gray hairs, Andy and especially Chris. But we've had some fun times. But I'm glad we made up, because that 1993 was a historic team. It's probably one of the best teams. It was stacked, and not only did we win the sectional that day, but we also won the conference. And we went 11 or 12-0 that year. So we did the trifecta of the undefeated, the conference, and the sectionals. So I'm really proud of that. But what I'm more proud of, and I have to explain this because I know a lot of people don't follow tennis, so I have to tell you that these sectionals are tough. They are really tough. In fact, the last one the boys have won was 1994, and that was 30 years ago. And before we won the ones we did in the 90s, it was like 80 or 81 or something. So they're very few and far between. They're really hard to win. Tennis has changed a little bit. Today there's multi-classes or whatever, big school, small school type stuff. But back in the 90s, it was one class, big school, medium school, small school, private school, any school. It's one state, and survival of the fittest, the best of the best is what the way I look at it. It was really hard to qualify for state, and it was extremely hard to win a sectional. And what I'm proud of is that we won 4 in a row. We won 91, 92, 93, and 94. And I know there's a 3, I call it the 4P because I don't know what else you call it. And we won 4 conference titles in a row, so it was 8 championships. And again, fire trucks everywhere. It was great. And I'm really proud of that. Jerry, you were the commander-in-chief of those teams, so I hope you're really proud of that. Because that was 4 sectionals is a big deal in any sport. It's a big deal. I know my time's up, but I can't walk off the stage until I thank this person. Oh, I want to say too, Hacksaw, Dr. Hackney was on those tennis teams, so was Duke over here. So I want to acknowledge them. Spicy even played 94, that's right. But basically, I have to acknowledge this person. There's no way I'm up here without this specific person in my life. His legal name is, I can't even call him, his legal name is Steven Stringer. But everybody knows him as Pud, the stud, Pud. But Pud was not only my cousin, he was my neighbor, and he lived 75 yards off the back of my house. And this guy would come over every day, 365 days a year, rain, sleet, snow, whatever. And he'd just walk in, hey, what's going on? Like Kramer on the side, hey. And he was like, what do you want to do? Let's throw some passes. Let's shoot some hoops. Let's swim. Let's jump the creek on our bikes. Let's ping pong, whatever. And it was never normal stuff. It was always like, kind of like you were saying, it would be like basketball, but we'd be in roller skates or something, or it would be something he'd make up called bongo ball, where the ball has to bounce off the roof, and you can only catch it with your left hand. And Pud was a stat guy, and he'd keep stats like 372 to 370, and there was winners and losers back then. You didn't want to be a loser for sure, and there's no question those things helped me. But even more than that, when we got to high school, a lot of people don't know this, but Pud was one of the best tennis players in Southern Illinois, and I'm not talking some little area. I'm talking like Decatur to Metropolis. He was one of the best, and we were on the same team, and so I got to practice with this guy every day. And when you practice with somebody like that, of course you're going to get better. Of course you're going to hone in on your skills, and that was one of the things Smitty asked me was, how did you handle the pressure of playing number one? How did you handle the pressure of always playing somebody else's number one? That had to be hard every week because they're gunning for you. And I said something stupid like, I handled it pretty well or whatever. But the reality is I handled it really well. And the reason I handled it really well week in, week out was because I was practicing with Pud. And those guys couldn't hold, his underwear. So it was like, there's no question I don't go on and play Division I college tennis without Pud in my life. There's no question I'm not standing up here receiving this award without Pud in my life. So I'll say it now and I'll say it forever. If you're going to have a teammate, a doubles partner, a neighbor, a best friend, cousin, groomsman, just like your right-hand man to have your back, I hope you're lucky enough to have Pud because they're 1 in a million. They truly are. No crying. I see you back there. But they really are. And so I had to acknowledge him. I want to end by saying I want to thank my grandpa Kao. I want to thank my uncle John. And Dad, I want to thank you. You guys planted these tennis seeds early. You didn't set the bar here. You guys didn't set the bar here. You guys set the bar here, and the rest of us palaces have been just trying to keep up ever since. And I'm just proud that I can be just a small piece of that tennis legacy. So it's a real honor to be a part of it. And then last thing I'm going to say is I'm going to dedicate my award tonight to my biggest super fan of all time. This person drove me across the Midwest every summer to countless tennis tournaments. She always had a smile on her face. She made me sing, actually made me harmonize church hymns and campfire songs the entire way. And I'll always have those memories. And so this is for my mom, Judy Palace. Thank you all.
Thank you, Joel, very much. Our next Hall of Famer that we're going to recognize this evening is Jordan Tolliver. A lot of his friends all call him Jordo. Knew that kid in junior high, was his teacher then, and one of the things I always admired about him, whether it was on the playground or on the basketball court or the baseball field, the kid always brought the best out of everyone that played along with him. And he held it, just like Joel said, he set a bar high, and he would talk trash to his teammates if they were not playing as hard as he was. But when you watch the videos on YouTube leading up to this, teammates, opposing coaches, former coaches, all would say this about Jordan Tolliver. They'd say tremendous athlete, but even a better person. And I think anybody that played with Jordan would tell you just what a tremendous athlete he was, because his goal was to make everybody around him better, and he did that. So at this time, I would like to have his good friend Chris Staten come forward and do the real introduction.
Check. Can you hear me? All right. Hey, just before I start, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's out here. Congratulations to all the inductees. Absolutely phenomenal. Playing sports my whole life as well. Playing on some great teams with some great athletes. It's really good to see all you inductees here today. I'll get into my speech, but I did reach out to Bobby McNeely a couple weeks ago and said, hey, what are the expectations for this induction speech? The introduction of Jordan. They keep about 5 to 8 minutes. We've got a lot of people and not a lot of time to get through everybody tonight. So my speech will be about 5 to 8 minutes. The Palace does a great job, great speeches, absolutely phenomenal. Mine won't be 25 minutes. Here we go. So good evening. It is an absolute honor being here tonight for this occasion, 22 years after graduating from Flora High School. Before we honor Jordan, I'd like to take a moment to express my heartfelt thanks to Bobby McNeely, Mr. McNeely, as I like to call him in junior high, for organizing this induction ceremony tonight. Your hard work and vision made this event into a reality, and your dedication to honoring these tremendous athletes ensures their accomplishments will never be forgotten. I appreciate all that you do for the community and the sports program, so thank you. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Jordan's guests here tonight, starting with his parents, Dick and Sharon Tolliver. Your unwavering support and encouragement and the belief in Jordan and all of us growing up has been foundational to all of our success. So thank you. I have so many memories traveling around Illinois, your guys' sport expedition. Weekend after weekend, you two were always there, every single weekend, every single night, supporting Jordan and our wonderful group of guys that went on to play ball for a long time. To Jordan's uncles, Denny and Dave Tolliver, great to see you guys out here tonight. Thank you for being here tonight with Jordan on this very special occasion. Jordan comes from a very athletic family, and even though your athletic days were way before I came along to witness personally, I still love hearing about them every year. I got wide open during the camp, especially about the big guy sitting over there, Jordan's dad. A special shout out to Jordan's sisters, Tiffany and Courtney. I think Courtney's still at the homecoming tonight. She may come here later, but along with their children, Landry and Cal, family is a vital part of any person's journey, and your pride in Jordan's achievements shines brightly and keep her a constant source of love and support. I'd also like to recognize Jordan's aunt, Lisa. If you know Jordan, then you know Aunt Lisa. If you're a really true friend to Jordan, then it's Aunt Lisa to everybody else as well. So Lisa, thanks for being here. And, Taylor, thank you for being here as well. I know Jordan appreciates that. And I hope this allows you to understand the type of person Jordan is and his athletic ability, and more so just his human nature about Jordan. And my wife, Myra, thank you here for being here tonight too. I know Jordan appreciates it and appreciates the support. Congratulations to all the athletes being inducted this evening. While some of your achievements predate my time here, I assure you that I've heard the stories and accolades associated with each and every one of you. A special congratulations to Coach Welch and Smitty, as you both played a huge role in my young adulthood growing up in Florida. I appreciate it. I had the opportunity to go out and golf with Coach Welch the other day, and I'm pretty sure he gets out there and golfs every single day because he whooped our butts. He and Jordan during the 18 holes. And just a smooth swing and just short and sweet, keep it real. I think he gave us probably about 20 strokes that day. Pretty good job. Jordan, brother, thank you so much for allowing me to be here tonight to introduce you. This is a very special moment, and I'm beyond honored to be by your side. When thinking about what I was going to say about Jordan tonight, I sat in my basement on a Sunday evening watching some football, trying to think back to my very first memory of Jordan. And here's what I came up with. It was circa 1990. His jean jacket collar was popped. The front of his hair was business, while the back was a party. And I believe we were in first grade at McHenry Elementary School. Maybe it was by luck, or maybe it was by default. But back then, when going to lunch, lined up in the hallway by alphabetical order, and with Staten, me and Ed and Oliver having a tea, it just so happened that we lined up and had lunch almost every single day. I don't know if you guys remember the lunch scene at McHenry back then, but they had these fold-up tables come out the wall, fit 3 to 4 people on each side of them. And on this particular day, Jordan and I were seated next to each other, and for some reason, I really like to irritate the lunch teacher. I think it was Mrs. Stein at the time. And I would lean back in my seat at about a 60-degree angle, and about after the third time, she came up to me and made me stay that way for the rest of the lunch period. Luckily for me, I had a friend like Jordan that spent the rest of that lunch period feeding me French fries until the bell rang. We still laugh about that today. I like that story because it shows you the type of team player Jordan is. He's always been there to help a friend in need, and we always had a great teammate. My first memory of us playing sports together was on a 7 and 8-year-old coaches pitch team known as EDI Pools, coached by Casey Easton and Claude Mateer. That team also included Justin Cook, Derek Mateer, Aaron Easton, Nick and Brian Rudy, Chad Williams, Brent Tackett, Travis Reinhardt, all of whom have gone on to create great lives for themselves. When you have been with a group of friends for that long, you know everything about each other. You create special hand signals, winks, words that mean certain things to keep your opponents guessing. And one of my favorites, some of you may know, was Coach Welch's witty signal to kick off an opposing player. Yep. You guys might remember that. And, you know, literally one of the funniest things I've ever seen or heard, but yet it was super effective. So this might sound odd, but for sports and success, it came very naturally for Jordan. He went to a couple baseball camps growing up, but the natural skill this guy had was phenomenal. On the basketball court, he was unstoppable, evidenced by his 41-point performance against Newton in our regional championship our senior year. Just amazing. I could go on and on about his sports accolades, but let's talk about what's really important, especially here in Clay County, deer hunting. Let's just talk for a minute about how humble a guy Jordan is. Skill is skill no matter what. Jordan has never been the guy that needs the newest or most expensive tool or piece of equipment to get the job done. You may not know this, but besides being a heck of a baseball player and basketball player, Jordan is also an amateur deer hunter. The most impressive thing about Jordan's deer hunting game is his equipment. I think he's now on his third hand-me-down bow. He still wears the same green, halfway up the back of the cab, uninsulated rubber boots that don't keep the water out that he wore in high school. And in his quiver, which is the piece of equipment that holds your arrows in, is mixed with both aluminum and carbon arrows, different lengths, different sizes, but yet this guy still shows up to deer camp every year and kills deer. Folks, it's not about the equipment, it's about the skill. You've heard Mr. McNeely and you've seen the brochures and the biographies about Jordan's sports days, and yes, they are remarkable. He's had an athletic career that's unbeatable, and his leadership on and off the field is unparalleled. And he has a remarkable ability to connect with others. It's very impressive, Jordan. So now it's my great pleasure to welcome Jordan Wayne Tolliver to the stage for his well-deserved induction into the Flora Athletics Hall of Fame. Congrats, Jordan.
Check. All right. I'm not crying, you're crying. I had a speech written out, and the more I looked at it, and getting nervous, but I said, I'm not doing that. So I'm gonna look at everybody in the face and thank you all. It's surreal to be up here. I gotta be honest. Hall of Fame, it's an honor. We mentioned with the guy like Tim Wilton. I was Tim Wilton for Halloween. 5 or 6 times growing up. I told Tim that. But in all reality, growing up in a community like Flora, we were speaking to it today, going to Memphis, you get a lot of players with bigger schools and the backgrounds are different. And, I would tell them about mine, we had fire trucks after we were regionals, we had fire trucks. Yeah. Those little things that you get from the community that obviously it's built here, they matter. So I don't think those were good at all. Let's go through everybody that's here with me, my parents, who supported us greatly. Obviously, I wouldn't be here. Go through Uncle Dave, who claims he was a reverse dunk one time in high school as DVD. Uncle Diddy allows us to go out there and release some stress and hunt every year. All that was high school. The entire team would be out invading his space, and we'd be fishing out of his. And that went a long way. So thank you to Aunt Lisa, famously known for, if I may, I believe she stole a poster from the Fairfield student section at a basketball game that I was aware of. She hit the kid over the top of the head. I won't say what it said, but I know she always had my back, so I greatly appreciate that. Coach Welch, this could take for a little bit, but Coach Welch allowed me to start putting up with me at an early age. I grew up right across the street from high school, and I was like a little alley cat. I made myself welcome at Coach Welch's practice and kind of started showing up. And then a little bit, annoyed him so much, he made me a ball. I was a ball boy for a while. I traveled with the team, get in the waters. And what it created, I learned how to win. At a young age, I got to see the atmosphere that Coach Welch had created. It was really neat. I knew, and I kind of wanted to do it tonight, but I wanted to run out to Rocky. I wanted to slap the backboard, pull down the rim. I couldn't wait to get there. So, although I didn't get to play basketball under Coach Welch, we got to play baseball. And my run with Coach Welch ended with regional championship, sectional championship, super sectional championship, and V-Day appearance. So that was really neat. That was tough. Thank you, Coach. Coach Lee, thank you for everything that you did. Came in, I believe, in first class. Before this, 25 years. I was like, it's not possible. 25 years ago, but we were part of this first class, first regional, which was very neat to get on the home court of Convent Gymnasium. He brought the good story right before we were walking in, and I forgot about it. The Halloween parade. This my class, senior class, we decided 2 hours before the Halloween parade we wanted to enter. So we all had riding lawnmowers, and we went and got all our riding lawnmowers. They accepted us in the parade, and we were going to do the Shiners, the figure 8. So we got in. We got a Louis Lusk, kind of big, old Chevy that led us the way. And we stopped in front of the judges and did a big figure 8 and had our Wolves jerseys on, and we won. We got first place. And he brought that up. I said, "You remember the good stories?" I'm like, "Wow, that's fantastic, actually." But who else? Trav Wyatt, got the Dirt Pack for life. You know, I know it's not high school, but probably one of the best baseball coaches ever had. He was great. For my group specifically, he did a lot. So thank you, Coach. I think Coach Tim Moore's here. He, some of you may not know him, but he was part of our baseball group that went to state. And who else am I missing? Girlfriend Taylor, she's here. So this is a checklist weekend for us. Dairy Queen, check mark. Walmart, when you get bored, check mark. What else have we missed? Oh, game tape. I got my hands on some game tape, so I can't wait to get back to Nashville and watch game tape with you. I know you're looking forward to that. So, other than that, lastly, I just want to thank all the Hall of Fame inductees. What you all have done and achieved, you're setting the bar for the future of FHS athletes like myself. So thank you all, and it's an honor to be a Hall of Famer. Thank you.
Jordan. Our next Hall of Famer that we're going to honor, Flora Cooper Bloom. I had the honor and privilege of coaching her 2 years, and I can tell you that I don't know any athlete that got more out of her ability than she did. And I can tell you that she and one other person that is not here tonight, but his dad is, I've never seen anybody work as hard in becoming the great shooters that they became than Laura and Paul Knapp. Those two individuals put time, hours and hours in before school, after school. She made me a better coach because she was constantly saying, hey, okay, I mastered this drill. Now what drill are we going to do? So it is truly an honor and a privilege to be able to see her inducted tonight into the Hall of Fame. And I don't want to take up any more of her time or her presenter's time, which is her father, Gary Cooper. Please come forward.
First of all, Coach McNeely, I'd like to thank you on just coaching him for 2 years, because your coaching at Flora started very early. Well, even 6th grade, they went to you had a girls' team at the high school coach, but you spent all summer getting from 6th grade around the Midwest, several tournaments, so much appreciated all the help you put in. I'm very proud and honored to introduce Flora Cooper Bloom for induction into the inaugural class of the Flora High School Athletic Hall of Fame. When she called me a few months ago, the news brought back many memories of her journey. Regional championships, summer ball, AAU tournaments, hoop shoot days, 1,000 points, 2,000 points, going to college, all the tournaments from SIU, even went to New York City to the tournament in 2003. About the time they got ground zero coming up, they just matched the trips. Probably the biggest excitements were the regional championships in high school. 2001, under the direction of Coach Healy, a truly magical game. We got ourselves 17 points. I'm sure you'd agree with most magical games you ever coached. 7 threes in a row later, we got back in the game. Won that game by 1 point. Not sure today how that happened. 2 years later, and we got to Coach Moore, another regional championship. Same thing, we found ourselves behind. That game should have been behind due to foul trouble it was. But in the fourth quarter, we worked out 7 out of 7 from the field. And got a pretty low line. That was just truly magical game. Some of my best memories of Florida basketball. started way before that. She grew up on a farm northwest of Virginia. Cold winter weekends, mother Rita and I and big brother Travis head up to the shop in a machine shed, sweep the floor and turn up the heat. And in the very early days, with 2 little kids, we spent time up there just getting out of the house, riding pedal tractors, tricycles. At our house, it's way more pedal tractors than it was tricycles. But Travis soon turned to basketball. Travis and I would play basketball. Flora was 4, Travis was 7. She wasn't big enough to handle the big ball, so we bought her one of 6-foot-tall rings, half-size basketball. Tried to get her to shoot on that. She didn't like that. Travis and I would be shooting, so one day she ran over there and grabbed the big ball, ran up to the basket, and with all the might that a 4-year-old could possibly muster, she threw that ball just as high as she could, and it made about 8 feet up in the air, come straight down, and hit her right on top of the head. I thought, well, this is good. Her basketball career is probably over before it even started. But she shook it off, went back to her little goal, shot some more baskets over there, and pretty soon she came back over and grabbed the ball again. Again, she shot her just as high as she could, about 8 feet high, straight down. But this time she took a step back. I thought, well, maybe there's some progress here. She wasn't discouraged. She's not going to give up. And she improved her shot. She got out of the way. Later in high school years, I can remember many times shoot a 3. Maybe it wouldn't go in. There'd always be some fan someplace that just jump up and yell, follow your shot. And I always had to grin. That's not the first thing she learned in basketball. The first thing she learned was get the heck out of the way of your shot. But fast forward a few more years, Flora was in 1st grade, Travis was in 4th, and this is an event that really changed our lives. Travis qualified for the local Elks Induction. So we went to the contest, didn't even know what the contest really was. So we went to the house of carpet, waited for Travis to shoot in 10, 11-year-old age division. While I was waiting on that, the 8 and 9-year-olds come out. The girls started shooting, and Laura got very aggravated. There wasn't a lot of shots getting made. She kept telling me, Dad, I can do better than that. I said, I know you probably can, but let's wait a couple of years. You have to be in 3rd grade before we let you do this. And she wanted to know how far away is that line that she was on. I said, I have no idea. I said, it's a step and a half. Run the free throw line. We've got a free throw line, so just take a step and a half in front of it and start shooting. Well, at noon, you'll probably agree that would be a little bit of a perfectionist. So I asked some of them after the contest how far was the line. It's 11 feet. So she needed a line. So I knew she come home from school, come down the driveway. Dad, did you paint the line today? No. Pretty busy. Didn't get it done. Tuesday comes home from school. Dad, did you paint the line today? No, sorry, don't have it done yet. So I realized that I'm going to have to have a line. So the next day I got some measuring tape out and some paint. Painted an 11-foot line. Come home from school. Dad, did you paint the line today? Yep, you got a line. And that girl would not have been any more happy if she won the lottery. So straight to the shop she went, grabbed the basketball, started shooting from 11 feet. She shot thousands and thousands and thousands of shots from 11 feet. I decided that she was going to be that interested in it, maybe I better get out there and read it. So we started a relationship where she would shoot, I would rebound. This went on for 12 years. We talked a lot of basketball, we talked a lot about shooting. We talked about a lot of things that pertain to basketball, but that's what athletic does, don't you? We're prepared very much for the life ahead. So 3rd grade finally got there. She got to compete on the local Carmichael district with Bloomington. I'm up a little bit short. I was very disappointed. Leaving town, she said, we're going back. Keep working, so we can do that. 2 years later, she was ready. She won the local, and Carmichael in the district. Bloomington won one state, Madison State County. Then went to Iowa City, Iowa, where he beat the state champions from Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. Just won the right to go to the Springfield Massachusetts. And unbelievably good. Just got back to the trophy, ribbon, and 2 years later, the exact same thing. We're back here. So we've had many great journeys. But the greatest thing she's ever given us is 4 beautiful granddaughters. And wouldn't you know it, they live on a farm. They have a shop with a basketball goal in it. You got concrete from the shop to the house with another basketball goal. They can be down and practice. Been many days up there. Early in the morning, late at night. But I've been told that her dad and her 2 uncles were pretty good basketball players. Flora in high school, all 3 of them played in the Iowa State tournament. Their uncle Dick was actually a high school basketball coach. I've been told that they were pretty scrappy players. They're good rebounders, good defenders. But girls, when it comes to shooting basketball, listen to your mother. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura. She's the one that's I hear from. So thank you, Coach Neely, all the things you did. So much work, Coach did here. So, Coach Moore come along the first time. You had the privilege of playing with 2 coaches in high school that both had a passion for girls basketball. Really special people. Film stuff. Both had a real passion for girls basketball. Coach Moore is here at that time. Thank you. Like all of you for being here, this Hall of Fame show it's something to give to the future generations. It's something kids can look at and inspire them to. When Laura was coming through, it wasn't too much information about the girls, and they keep talking about Wolf Bell basketball starting 50 years ago. I was in high school 50 years ago, and I never seen it. I did go back to the yearbook. There was a volleyball team in there, but they were in the so it's come a long way. I remember as a parent, I was up playing food real slow. But at the age I'm getting to now, I look back and I think, wow, there's been a lot of changes. Laura was looking for somebody to look up to. She didn't really have any college players on TV. She actually became a Reggie Miller fan because Reggie wasn't scared to shoot the ball, didn't the game. Now my granddaughters, they just look down the road 30 miles to Iowa City. It's all each part. It's come a long, long way. So Laura, done here. It's time for you. Thank you so much.
Dad. You guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good evening, everybody. I am just so incredibly honored and humbled to be standing here tonight. This is such a unique opportunity to take a trip down memory lane from 20 years ago when I was a Flora Wolf Gal. And, you know, my perspective on life has changed a little bit in those last 20 years from the time that I was 18 as a Wolf Gal to today when I'm not 18. I'm just filled with immense gratitude when I think back to my childhood and my basketball career. I am so thankful, honestly, just to have this opportunity right here to very formally and publicly thank so many people who are a big part of my life and my upbringing. And, you know, we're all here because of sports, because we played a game, but I think we would all agree that it was so much more than that. You know, sports bring people together. And at their very best, they can bring us a lot of joy and we can have a lot of fun together. And nothing compares, in my opinion, to being raised in a small farming community and being a part of that hometown culture and that atmosphere where you're playing in front of people that have known you your whole life. And I've seen so many of you here tonight and just this weekend. It's been so wonderful to kind of rekindle those relationships and those people that supported you and knew you from the time you were little. and getting to see them again. There's just nothing like growing up in a small town. And I'm so, so thankful to be blessed to be raising my 4 girls in a small town on a farm with those values. That means a lot to me. I want to congratulate my fellow Hall of Fame inductees. Some of you have been legends that I've only ever heard of, and it's been an absolute pleasure to meet all of you. And I just have to say that you far exceeded my expectations. Some of you have been mentors of mine that I've known most of my life. One of you has been a close friend and an awesome teammate. But it's just, I'm so incredibly humbled to be standing with each and every one of you. I want to thank Bobby McNeely for starting the Flora Athletics Hall of Fame. I can only imagine the time and the energy that it's taken you to put this together. I know that he's done a tremendous amount of research. He is a history buff, and you would have to be to do this. He has dug and dug deep to do this and do it the right way. He wants to make sure that it will uphold its integrity for a long time, and the way that he has set the foundation for this, I'm confident that it will. Your planning, your organization, your foresight, and your communication through the whole process has been second to none. Thank you so much. It's been really fun and rewarding to think back through my basketball career and just my athletics career in general. When I was a kid, I had these very specific goals that I had to achieve. I wanted to play basketball in college. I wanted to be the best basketball player I could possibly be, and that was not negotiable to me. And I'm certainly very proud of those accomplishments, but none of them would have been possible without my teammates and my coaches. I could have never made a shot without my teammates. We couldn't have won a single basketball game without the wonderful coaches I had along the way. If you were to walk into my childhood bedroom at my parents' home right now, you would see a whole bunch of trophies sitting on an old dresser. And if you were to open up the drawers of that dresser, you'd see a whole bunch of newspaper articles that Smitty wrote. You'd see a bunch of laminated photos. Thank you, Linda Spicer, if she's listening. A lot of cards and letters from friends and family and community members, wishing me congratulations on different achievements. And those things all meant the world to me. They meant success, they meant value, they meant my worthiness. Today I see that a little different. On this side of things, as a 39-year-old wife and mother, I look at those things and I see that trophies collect dust, newspaper articles fade and yellow. It becomes hard to remember the specifics of those seasons and the statistics and the records. Certain things stand out, yes, like the regional championships, and those fun celebrations I'll never ever forget. But a lot of those details start to fade. But what I remember loud and clear to this day is the way that people made me feel. And that's my biggest takeaway from this whole experience, is the people that are with you on the journey, because it's the journey that matters. It's not the regional championship. It's not the end result that really sticks with you. It's the day in, the day out, the grind, the journey that it took you to get there, and the people that were right there with you the whole time. That's what really speaks on my heart. I remember the feeling of, when I was a little girl and I won that first hoop shoot contest, and I literally was hooked. I was obsessed. There was no better feeling in the world to me than making a basket. And I wanted to make as many as I possibly could by the time I left here. I remember running up and down my parents' road, miles and miles and miles, trying to get in shape. I remember being in the gym early before school, before anyone else was there, and being there late at night after practice in that silent gym, bouncing that ball, shooting those hoops. That's what I remember. I remember the celebrations with my teammates, the bus rides, the tough times, the fun times. I didn't know it at the time, but that journey, the days that I didn't want to go work out, I didn't want to go shoot hoops, but I did. It's the discipline and that journey that I truly believe was the foundation for any success I may have had in life. I tell my girls this all the time. You can't just show up to a gymnasium and expect to make shots. Life doesn't work that way. You have to put the work in when no one's watching. That's when champions are made. I want to thank the coaches that I had throughout my time as a Flora Wolf Gal. They invested so much time and energy into me, and I'm so grateful for that. I appreciated them at the time, but now as I volunteer coach for my girls' basketball teams, I have a whole new appreciation for the patience and the energy that takes. Coach McNeely, when I think of you, I obviously think of, when you coached me as a freshman and sophomore in high school. In the regional championship game we won when we were down, I think 17 points in the fourth quarter. Came back. No one in Conley Gymnasium thought we had a chance at all to win that night. But we did. We believed we did. And we came back and we beat Red Hill by 1 point. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. But I think back to when I was in 6th grade. You were my 6th grade social studies teacher. And he was the high school coach, so he had a busy schedule. But yet every day after school, he would come spend time with me and teach me drills. I wasn't ever going to be the fastest, the most athletic basketball player at Flora. So I had to be smarter. And he taught me ways to get myself open. He taught me how to maneuver in different techniques to get my shot off. And that truly was one of the biggest keys to any success I've had. He spent hours with me, and I appreciate that so much. He challenged me. He built my confidence at a very impressionable age. He also wasn't afraid to put me in my place when I needed it, and I needed it from time to time. I remember very specifically at Salem, I think it was my sophomore year, and I always played horrible at Salem. I hated that gym. And we were getting our butts kicked, and I was playing horrible. And you benched me, as you should have, and you let me have it. And I remember saying to you, anything positive? And you were crouched down and you said, well, I'm thinking. And at this side of it, coaching is a tough gig because sometimes it takes 20 years for people to really appreciate what you did. It's a long-term reward. But I applaud you for the restraint you showed because I would have smacked me in that moment. But truly, thank you for everything. I want to thank Coach Rick Batchelor. Coach Batchelor was one of my junior high coaches. He was also the assistant high school coach. And if you know Coach Batchelor, he's a big man with a big presence. He's a big, strong guy. If you saw him on the court or in the hallways, you couldn't miss him. But he was also the biggest teddy bear. Coach Batchelor was such a positive and supportive influence for me and always just such a believer, always had my back, and I really appreciated playing for him. My best memory of Coach Batchelor was my senior year. We were at Red Hill in the regional championship game. Katie Hurlman and myself, we got in some foul trouble in the first half. And we were both sitting on the bench. I think I had 3 fouls in the second quarter. And we were both benched. We were hanging in there, but Katie and I wanted to be out there so bad. So second half, we come back out, and we couldn't miss. We were on fire. And we ended up winning by 20 points at Red Hill that night. And the celebration was fun. And Coach Batchelor was wearing a light blue button-down collared shirt and khaki pants. And just instinctively, I ran over and I just jumped up on him. I gave him this huge hug. And you have to understand, I had the reputation for being the sweatiest athlete to ever come through Flora High School. And I'm not embarrassed about that. I worked really hard for every ounce of sweat. I always had the deep burnt orange uniform by the end of the night when everybody else had a bright orange uniform. So I was soaked, dripping in sweat, and I jump up on Coach Batchelor and I give him a huge hug. And I come down, and there's literally the imprint of my jersey on his shirt. You could see very clearly, Flora, 33. He didn't care. We were happy. Coach Tim Moore, who made a long drive to be here tonight, I want to thank Coach Moore. He was my high school coach my junior and senior years of high school, and boy, did we have some fun. Coach Moore was a quieter, very calm personality, a lot like myself, and we just clicked. I respected you so much, and I felt that you believed in me, and that was huge for those 2 years. Coach Moore also had the best sweaters of the conference, always. He was always best dressed. I remember the sweaters. But the biggest thing about Coach Moore is I really felt that he understood a shooter's mentality. He never told me to quit shooting or that I took a bad shot, even though he definitely could have and probably should have from time to time. He always encouraged me to keep shooting. And I respected the way that he handled me and just let me play my game. I want to say a thank you to Coach Rick Johnston. Coach Johnston was the basketball coach at Mount Carmel High School, but he was also my AAU coach. He put together a team of girls from around the conference who all went on to play, for the most part, I think, Division I basketball. Even more than just being basketball players, they were some of the best teammates, best friends, just best humans that I've had the pleasure of being around, and it was so much fun. Coach Johnston ran very intense, high energy, just elite level practices, and he pushed me way outside my comfort zone at a time when I really needed it, and it really helped me grow as a player. I appreciate that so much. He truly had a gift in coaching, and I'm so glad I got to experience it. Another huge mentor in my life, I want to thank Smitty. You know, when you grow up in Flora, you take for granted that we have Smitty. Smitty is covering every student athlete, every team, all the photos, all the newspaper articles, and he writes those articles about you like you're his own in a way that's just so easy to read and it's brought back a lot of memories, and I value that so much. If you're one of us that's moved away, you quickly realize that every town doesn't have a Smitty, and he is just such a gem, such a treasure to Flora. But when I think of Smitty, I think back to when I was about 12 in 6th grade, going to the junior high school, and I started walking to Smitty's gym, which is attached to his house at this time. And I would walk to the gym after school every day, and Smitty taught me how to lift weights, and he put together a program for me that was going to help me with basketball, help me with my form, help me with my strength and conditioning. And he taught me how to lift weights and how to work out and how to get better, and that was huge. But I remember he must have picked up one day that maybe I was off or not having the best day. And I remember him telling me, he said, look, when you step inside here, whatever happened out there outside that door today, it doesn't matter. Forget it. You focus right here, right now. It's just you and the weights. That's something that was so impressionable on me at that time. And I've remembered that my whole life. Whatever stress is on my mind, whatever you're going through, focus on that task at hand. And to this day, I love lifting weights, thanks to Smitty. So thank you for everything, Smitty. I want to thank my family who's here tonight. My family is absolutely everything to me, and I'm so blessed I've had the best examples to show me how to be a good person. I want to thank my brother Travis and his wife Charlotte and their family who are here. You know, I had the best big brother. He was the biggest supporter of me, and he and his buddies were always playing pickup games, either in our barn or somewhere in Flora or Salem. And they always let me tag along. And I've told several people this. I think that was huge for me as a girl to be able to go play pickup with my older brother and his buddies. It's not as easy to find girls playing pickup games, but if you've got some guys that'll let you play along, it made me so much better, and they all were wonderful to me, so I appreciate that. My Aunt Janice is here tonight. She'll be so embarrassed that I'm calling her out. But she has been one of the best role models in my life. She is a tough farm wife, and I've always wanted to be just like her. Thank you for being here. To my parents, I knew growing up how lucky I was to have such loving and supportive parents. But now, as a mom of 4 incredible daughters, I understand the sacrifices that they made and everything they did for me. I simply won the jackpot when it comes to parents. I had 2 parents that believed in me so much and thought I could do anything, and it made me think that I could do anything. If every little girl had parents that believed in her that much, this world would be so different. They gave me great responsibility at a very young age. I was a painfully shy kid, but I was also extremely competitive. I thank God that I was raised on a farm where I learned discipline, hard work, and responsibility at a young age. My parents put me in the seat of a tractor at the age of 9 and told me to go disc the field north of our house. And when I was done disking that field, I could barely get out of that cab. My head was so big. I thought I could do anything. That confidence would be key to my success. My parents made it fun to work hard together. We did everything as a family. My best childhood memories are from the spring and the fall when we were working in the fields together. It was hard work and long hours, but we were a team, and they were always happy because they were doing what they loved. That taught me how important it is to pursue your passion and find something that you love. My dad spent countless hours rebounding for me in our barn and the gyms across Flora. No matter how busy he was, he chose to stop and spend that time with me. There's no better shot doctor out there, and even more important than that, he could read my mind, and he knew when I needed built up and when I needed a correction. I'm forever grateful for the time that we had together, Dad. My mom was my biggest fan, my constant supporter. She knew exactly how to handle me. She was my loudest cheerleader when things were going well, and my rock who knew how to put the pieces back together when I was down. I only hope that I can be half the mother that she's been to me. My parents always showed up, no matter what it was. If it was a ball game, a Christmas concert, a school play, they were there. I don't remember a time when I couldn't look up and see at least one, if not both of them. My parents taught me that the best investment you will ever make is within the walls of your own home, in your family. Mom and Dad, I love you so much. Thank you. I'm going to thank my husband because he's going to absolutely hate this. And it's my job as his wife to drive him crazy. Pat never saw me as a wolf gal, but he quickly became my biggest fan in college when we met. Pat, you are quite simply my biggest dream come true. I love the life that we have built. The journey with you is always fun. We work hard, but we do it together, side by side. Each of us giving everything that we have to each other. You are the hardest working person I've ever met in my life. You're the most mentally tough person I've ever known. And I admire your ability to stay positive and level-headed under pressure and stress. Lord knows I needed that. I am so incredibly proud of you. Thank you for being my biggest supporter and taking such good care of me and our girls. Lastly, to my girls, Lainey, Ruthie, Andy, and Charlie, I want you to know that you are and you will always be my greatest accomplishment in life. Being your mother is the most important job I will ever have, and I thank God that I get to be your mom. You have no idea how amazing and talented you are. I want you to dream extra big. I want you to push yourselves way outside your comfort zone. And I want you to work harder than anyone else. I can't wait to see where your lives take you. I will forever be so proud of you, and I'll always be your biggest fan. I want to thank you all again. I'm so humbled and honored just to be among you tonight. Flora and its people will always have such a special place in my heart. Thank you all for the memories.
Thank you, Laura. Our next Hall of Famer that we'll be recognizing this evening is Tim Stanley. Tim Stanley, when I was 12 years old, Oil Belt had the very first Christian athletes camp. And my cousin at that time, still is my cousin, Chad Thompson, and I went to that camp. And Tim bumped across from us directly. And I've heard all the Tim Stanley stories growing up. This guy, he was going to U of I. It was his senior year. And he was larger than life. He was like Paul Bunyan. And he was sweeping across the aisle for me. And all I could imagine is, this is the biggest human being I've ever seen in my life. But you know what? He was great with kids. And like I said, I was 12 years old. And he made you feel like you were important. And I hadn't talked to the man in decades. And he's the kind of guy that makes you feel welcome as soon as you are in a room with him. He's intimidating to look at, but he's very welcoming once you're in his presence. So I don't want to take up any more of his time or his presenter's time. Mr. Larry McGrew.
1,
I'm
2.
curious.
Both of the same time. Well, thanks for everyone that's coming, and what a great group of people going in this Induction Hall of Fame and everything. And I think I've seen all of them play one time or another. And Bobby, thanks for your time and effort putting this thing together, and the people who's here. And I don't think it gets any better than this. You'll see most of these people are not only good in sports, but academically too. And I always tell my guys, first day, you gotta make grades, because if you don't make grades, you can't play, you go home and play Lassie. So you need to be doing this, okay? So, congratulations to all you people. Like I said, that's quite an honor. And so I get to talk to a couple people, and this video that I'm talking about, Tim Stanley, he was my man-child. And if you've ever heard me talk about Mike Minton at Salem, he was a man-child. He's built like a Marine. He's about 6 foot tall. He's strong as could be. He ran hurdles. He threw the shot about the Reiner. And he was very good in basketball and football and everything. And he was strong. And so I always said that Tim Stanley was my man-child. He was the tallest, strongest guy I ever coached up here. 6'3", 185. I checked with him the other night. That's right, 6'3", 185. Full ride to U of I. That's not Weasel Creek. Full ride to U of I, and so 6'3", 185. I think he went up there to about 6'6", 225. So in the hallway over there, we used to have the top 7 scorers, 16 by 20. And talking about intimidating, you go to his picture, here's this guy standing here palming 2 basketballs. I've heard men say, I can't do that. He was an 8th grader. So he was an 8th grader. And one of the things we were talking the other night a little bit about, I put more tape on his ankles, outside and inside. A boxcar couldn't hold all of it. And back then, it might have been because of budget, or maybe we didn't have that stuff. He wanted me to tape it, so I taped it. So outside, inside, I taped it on his socks, inside his skin, and everything else. And so first time he took that off, he made some type of yelp like a banshee. He's pulling hair, skin, everything else off. And he says to this day, kind of hard to grow hair. So I didn't really know too much about all that fancy stuff, pre-wrap. On the tape, on the tape, you know. So anyway, and all these people, you know, the thing about, I want to introduce Tim Locum too. The thing about Tim Locum and Tim, I talked to them before tonight, very humble, and they said, you don't have to talk a whole bunch about stats or about this and that. And I thought, wow, you know, you fill the stat books, whole state, high school, Southern Illinois, but I think it's more about team. So if you was at that football game last night, they passed these things down. They had about Tim Stanley, Tim Locum, and everybody. And I thought it was well put together. Bobby, I don't know if you did that or not, but I thought it was well put together. And just a couple of things about Tim Stanley. And it says about 1982 graduate. I'm going to put this on a little bit dark up here too, Bobby. Could hide Ben Laden up here. So Tim Stanley, 1982. It says Tim is in the Flora High School Hall of Fame, both basketball and football. That's pretty good too. Some people might get in once. And Tim is number 10 all-time scorer in Flora High School, 1,127 points. That's pretty good. And so then Tim was named All-State, 3 different categories, and he was named number 1 team in the conference, NEC, in football, both junior and senior years. And it says that Tim earned a football scholarship, like I said, University of Illinois, and graduated a degree in journalism. And I remember Tim telling me, I think he was there, I think Bear Bryant's last game, maybe Tim or close to it.
when U of I went down there, and he played in Peach Bowl, Liberty Bowl, the Rose Bowl, and that's quite an accomplishment. And I didn't really realize when you go to those big bowl games, and he was telling me, you come back with watches, rings, lawnmowers, cars, no, come back, everything. He said they load you down. And so it makes a lot of money for the schools too. So anyway, Jim, I told him, I see Travis Watt back there, good referee and everything. And Trav, you identify with this. Sometimes you go to these games, you get some weird calls. I got voodoo calls and everything else. And so everybody knows about the weather the past few days on the East Coast and everything. When she was in 8th grade, Century Blizzard, please. Century Blizzard came to town. Oh, good night. We're trying to go to regional. We're trying to go to state. We got everything snowed out. And in my driveway, I could stand on the snowdrift and touch the roof of the garage. We couldn't play. And we're getting ready to go to regional, trying to go to the state. So anyway, their last 2 weeks, they didn't play a game. 14 days, going to regional, nothing. Last 3 weeks, I think they played a game and a half because we blew everybody out. I couldn't blow everybody out, so I had to rest them some. So they played a game and a half in 3 weeks. And we're going to go to regional and try to win. So anyway, we talk about this. Trav, you'll identify with this. So we're playing on regional, get ready to go to state. He's got 2 fouls. It's right before half. I sent a guy to the bench to get him out so he doesn't get 3. And you guessed it, before he gets in, right in front of our bench, and Tim, like a robbery, good separation, but no foul, 3. I said, are you kidding me? So he's got 3, he's got to go to the bench. Later in the game, we're down 2. We got the ball, junior high at Alney, stage here, he's jumping, got the size advantage, we're down 2, stage is right there, we're going to get the tip, we're going to tie it up, we're going to go overtime, and we're going to win the game. I don't know if I've ever seen it before, Coach, and I don't know before that or since then or whatever, he's got the size advantage, and he throws the ball up, and Tim taps it to us, and we're going to get the ball scored and go overtime. No. Foul on the jump. I said, what? Foul on a jump. Not only that, number 5. So he fouls Tim out. There's the basket. We're down 2. And I thought, I don't think I've ever seen that, Trav, ever before or since. Foul a guy out on a jump ball. You're kidding me. No, happened. So now we got to go put it out the other end. They're going to shoot free throws. Darren Sheehan shoots 1 from the Cargill plant and missed it. We lost by 2. Didn't get to go to state. We thought sure he's going to state. One of the saddest dressing rooms I've ever been in. Oh my, because everybody's going. And I said, are you kidding me? No, Trav, we had Smitty had a girl, Diane Johnson, if I remember her. She fell in love with this team, took picture here and there. So during that game, again, weird stuff. 2 guys, one of ours and one of them, chasing the ball on the ground. And there's the ball over there. And she took a picture, and the referee's doing this, Trav. Jump ball. Who's got possession? What do you mean jump ball? The ball's over there, the guy's here, guy's over there. How do you get a jump ball out of that? So all the weird stuff, but Tim, that was tough, and we knew that. And I knew, because I have these feelings, I could tell before we ever went over there, my 6th man, Scott Doherty, comes to me, Coach, and he goes, Coach, I don't think I can play tonight. What? I don't think I can go. Well, why? Horse kicked me. Are you kidding me? Horse kicked you? Yeah, horse kicked you. He can't go. I said, okay. So we go over there. Cafeteria. Back then, the school board gave you ham sandwiches and cartons of milk. So I already had the horse kick deal. That's bad. So I said, okay, you carry the carton, milk, all that stuff. Well, guess what? You go to the cafeteria, handle blows off, milk and sandwiches all over the cafeteria. And Smitty, I knew then, that's not good. That's not good. So anyway, he was the man child. and everything. And so we lost that game, and that was hard, just pour your heart out. So people is good in sports, good in business. I read this thing in the paper. He's won more awards and stuff. I think he's got what, 2 offices, 40 people working for you. Wow, that's pretty good and everything. So anyway, 40 employees, played football, basketball, track. I think he's in 12 letters and all that stuff and like that. So he was all-time junior high. Tim Welcome, number 1 all-time junior high back there, and he had 695 points. Jim Locum had 534. Chad Thompson had 517. Tim had 510. He was number 4. And then his 8th grade year, didn't get to play 5 games. Canceled. Too much snow. Canceled. So he didn't play 5 games and ended up number 4. And we was going to play again Monday practice game. And they had a good kid named Kendall Mopp. Really, really good. And he was going to play on practice game. Guess what? Snowed out. Couldn't even play a practice game. Snowed out. All it was, snow all the time. So they got a real good team on the good state and running stuff like that. So one of the records that Tim Locum didn't break, Tim Stanley had 51 points in the game. Are you kidding me? 20 in one quarter, 20. And so anyway, we played Albion that night, 3 big farm kids, huge. And he scored 51 and we had to have them all or we wouldn't have won. So that was big on that side there. And then, like I said, he scored those 127 points in high school. So, yeah, 20 in a quarter. So we played a team, wasn't too far from here. He was in 7th grade. Our skill level wasn't really good that year. And I guess they thought he didn't have to sub. We just beat somebody, you don't have to sub. And so I'm thinking, wow, you know what, you're doing that to us in our place? Really? And I got this guy coming in next year. And so he subbed. Guy subbed with 4 seconds to go. 4 seconds to go. First sub all night. Winning pretty easily. And I thought, you know what? I told our guys in the dressing room, this guy's going to be playing next year. And I said, I don't really believe in running scores up. But you know what? Next year, you might have to pay the price for some of that. And you know what? I played him a half, Coach. I played him a half. First and third quarter. And we ended up beating them like 107-39. I'm not kidding you. We just scored 150. We scored 150. But anyway, he was great. I was thinking today I had to introduce Tim Locum with him. I probably coached 450 kids in this school district for 30 years. Those are probably 2 of the best high scoring, some of the best players I ever had. And my son grew up around the Locums and the Leibs and the Stanleys, the Krutzingers and the Jennings and the Pierces, and always thought that was great for him to do that stuff. So congratulations to you, Tim Stanley. You've accomplished a lot. All you people that got these awards tonight, good night. That's something to say. You know, you'll have to put that on your shelf somewhere, Bobby. Think back of that. Think of that, all that, look at that trophy and everything. So anyway, that's about it for this round. I gotta go another one, Bobby. Indianapolis be telling jokes, and I'll forget it next time. I'll get it next time. I'm gonna take this off. Nice work.
Man child right here. Step up, step up.
I just did that to mess with him.
maybe in the world. He's the only man when I asked, everybody got Coach McGruer's cell phone? Hey, Mark, you got Coach McGruer's cell phone? He goes, nope, man doesn't have a cell phone. Like, what sort of man, what sort of coach, what sort of man in today's environment doesn't have a cell phone? Well, that's Coach Larry McGruer. So I asked Coach McGruer, I go, well, you know, and I'm paraphrasing Coach. He goes, well, why don't you have a cell phone? He goes, well, a naked man fears no pickpockets. And so, you know, there's no crime, there's no foul. But, you know, being in your gym today was just outstanding. I think the level of confidence that you gave to young players like me and Logan, my brother, and all the other players that are here today was just simply outstanding. And I needed you up here to break the crowd open because I teared up a couple times. My gosh, you know, even talking about your daughters and your kids. Glad I had a hanky in my pocket. I really want to also, when I'm up here, I want to thank my brother is the reason a lot of the guys are here tonight. As soon as I got the call from Bob and Smitty, I immediately started calling my teammates. At my age, with my gray hair, I don't need another accolade. I've had stories written about me and my career in business, but it's fun to bring something like this around. But I wanted my teammates here because I felt that they were the ones that got me here. Playing ball was just simple for me. I didn't, you know, I worked hard and I worked out and I tried to intimidate people as best I could. But, you know, sometimes, you know, the lightning strikes and you just do what you do and good things happen. So anyway, I wanted to thank Bob for getting that. I also want to thank my brother. By the way, today, in addition to whose birthday was over here, it's my brother's birthday. He's 57 years old, and I want to thank Brett Bushings for remembering that and making me look like a great big brother today. And freaking Kate, hell, I wish I would have thought of that. I was being all selfish and only thinking about me. But it is his birthday. I want to really appreciate everything Mark and Gary Whitehead did, all the videos that came in were absolutely fantastic. And Bob, you know, director, this sort of Hall of Fame, I think, creates dreams and vision for the youth, dreams and visions for the community, where players, young and old, can look at maybe an old man like me and some of these other guys and get inspired because they want what athletics brought us. I also want to thank my bride from Arkansas, Ellie Mae. I also call her Tina. So I want to thank her for coming in. I want to thank Christina and James Morgan, my oldest daughter. Hey, honey. Raise your hand so people know who you are. James and Christina. Zachary and Tori, my son Zachary and daughter Tori, they came in. And the award for probably the person who came the furthest in the world, Amanda and Mario Masbach, my youngest baby girl. They came in from Vienna, Austria. So I really appreciate them coming in. And to represent my mom and dad, the Stanley family, I want to thank my aunt and uncle, Jerry and Martha Stanley. Thank you so much. Mom and dad both have passed, and my brother and I kind of feel like we're the last of the Mohicans. And it's always good to get around Uncle Jerry and Aunt Martha and feel a sense of family here. Also want to thank Bill and Shannon Hall. They got the class of '82 and anybody else that wanted to get together to come out to their house for a pre-party, a pre-post party, and then a post-party, and then a breakfast yesterday. So I really want to thank them. I hope they're listening and we can do that. Also want to thank all the other honorees. Coach Tom Welch, Smitty, and Tim Locum are the ones I know, and the other ones, it's been great to get to know you over this weekend. The most impactful, whether tonight happened or not, one of the most impactful things that I think happened this weekend was all the videos from all my former teammates. Man, that was It made me laugh. It made me tear up. Then it made me laugh again. So it was really awesome that you all would come and do that. So I ranked them a little bit. The funniest was Steve Greger, because I started out at the normal 6'5", 200 and something pounds. By the end of his story, I was 7'2" and 750 pounds of solid muscle. And you know, these videos and these stories made this weekend so the anticipation build up. You know, I forgot about throwing him in the mud and throwing all these other people in the ditch and some of the other things. Evidently, I had a little bit of a testosterone problem. Best location and most inspiring, John Harrison. Thank you, sir. John did his from a cliff in Colorado. You know, John and I, you know, you kind of bond. I mean, after we got beat my senior year in Mount Carmel, and John and I were literally in tears. And we were the only ones, I think, coming off that field that game that felt the pain because we had those river rats. You know, I don't know, and I'd ask somebody, is Mount Carmel still good? Hell yes, they're still good. You ought to see their field. So anyway, thank you, John, for that. The most meaningful, honestly, was all of them. From my brother, who just poured out the love. That was super good. Even got a cousin that I never talked to text me, so that was awesome. He noticed that. Then I found out later, I really didn't know this, Daryl. I didn't know we were cousins until later, but Daryl Cox's family actually is responsible for getting me here because his family back in the early 1900s raised my grandmother. So then to hear later in life when you were done playing and I gave you a hug, that made it even better. So anyway, so that was probably one of the more touching ones. So I appreciate that. And then Brett Williams, golly, your video went on forever. But it was absolutely fantastic talking about the charges. I had a little bit of a problem. I didn't want little guys like Burgess. If I was going to set a pick, I was going to set a pick. And Coach Welch evidently didn't like that technique, but I absolutely got off on springing the Billy Harrell and Burgess off on a pick and roll, and I would roll real well. But a lot of times, if I saw him coming and I knew I could blindside him, I didn't budge. And I kind of liked it when they crumpled to the ground and fell, because they had a little bit of a contact problem. Gary Mark's efforts, thanks for all the video. Coach Welch, my gosh, where were you the first 2 years of my life in high school? We were 2-20. And we beat the same two teams the same 2 years. And then we ended up beating St. Anthony, I think, the whole 4 years I was there. So we really got in their head. But we beat St. Anthony and Red Hill my freshman and sophomore year. And then finally, Coach Welch showed up, and it was just absolutely wonderful. I mean, the great thing about Coach is, you know, now I think coaches, you need to be friends and buddies with your players. And Coach Welch was there to make us winners. Coach Welch was there to demand the best out of us, and we were kind of like PTSD dogs. We'd been beat up, we'd been hammered, and then I had that testosterone issue in Vandalia. And then, you know, as I was remembering, you know, that argument you and I got into, it was kind of like two big 6'5" guys just bellowing, and I don't even know why I asked Burgess. He's the knower of all things that ever happened to me in my life, especially when he's talking to my kids. And he couldn't even remember why we got into it. But I'm so thankful that you understood high school boys, and it was just testosterone, and you didn't kick me off the team. So, you know, the fact that, you know, that he would recognize that it was just me being whoever I am, and not kicking me off the team, and then basically leading us to victory. But he really showed us how to expect to win. I think expecting to win was something big that we needed in our program. And we needed to learn that when we went out there in our nice, we showed up nice and dressed, we had suit jackets, and nice shirts and pants for school that day. It started changing the mood. It started creating the culture of winning. And I think that's one of the best things you ever did, Coach. Smitty, the time and effort is just absolutely unmatched. And I just can't say enough for the memories and the documentation, but what I see with what you do is just how much you love us. I just appreciate that so much, especially now with my children being able to come back and look at pictures when I had hair and but that was a lot of fun. I do want to take a couple minutes to just mention a couple special two teammates of mine that aren't here with us. And that's Tyler Tolliver. He was a great friend and teammate of mine. He passed away. And I miss him and think of him often when I come to Flora. And then I also want to mention Neil Johnson. He was an 8th grade player with us. He'd probably be a doctor by now, but they both tragically passed away, and it's been really nice to have them here. I want to talk about some special wins. I think the 1981 regional where we got things started, the fire trucks, the gymnasium, Dr. Henry playing the Celebration. I think that was the song he played all the time. I can't listen to that song without thinking about Flora, about that win, and about the cheerleaders on the bus. You finally let the cheerleaders work on the bus with us. Thank you. That was very nice. The other one, this is more from a football standpoint, it was more of from the Mount Carmel game. We did beat them my freshman and sophomore year, even though I lettered 12 times in high school. But my freshman year, the seniors really weren't too excited to have me on the team, as you can imagine. Not only was I trying to date Linda Martin, but I took a position, one of their guys' positions. So, but they got me on the team. But our sophomore year, we played there, and coaches sometimes, like Coach Welch and all the other coaches here, sometimes have that unique. They tell you to do something, and you're just supposed to do it, and you figure that out. Well, my job during the Mount Carmel game was to knock the absolute slobber knocker, the kicker. Every time they kicked off, my job was to knock him out. So they kicked off. I literally depleted this guy. First couple times, he wasn't looking for me, and bam, I would just hit him. Smitty doesn't, I like to hit people. Kind of had a fouling problem. And after the third or fourth time of doing that, the game was going back and forth with a lot of scores, and I was like, Coach, do I still have to keep doing this? And Miglin or Peterson, one of the two, said, just do it. Okay. It was at the end of the game. We kick off. No, they kicked off. I was on the return team. And I go up there, and this kid knows I'm coming, and I just hit him again. And this time he grabs me. We both go to the ground. And somehow we wrestled. I'm on the bottom. And he's just literally just beating the crap out of me. And I looked up, and I saw Wesley Ross running by on the return. And I don't know why, but that was the funniest. That was like, do your job, do what the coach says, and have a good time, win the game. So that was a great memory, along with many, many other things. I think the biggest thing about Flora is this oasis. All these small towns in southern Illinois, we're on this oasis, and we don't want to I didn't even want to go to Salem or Fairfield or Olney. We didn't want their guys coming over and dating our women, and we didn't want to date their women because you might get beat up or something. So you're on this oasis, and the community gets behind you and just supports you in so many wonderful and great ways, and it just sets up what Tina and I have tried to do with our kids is we call it setting a platform of success so that they can be launched at a higher level than what we were able to experience. And I think Flora had a lot to do with that with me personally. And I want to thank everyone in the community and everyone in the future community for, doing that. And, look at how you can set a level of success and launch these kids at a higher level, because you never know what might happen. So, I wanted to do that. We also had a lot of access as a community. I think I was one of the first kids with a key to the gym. And I was able, mainly because I wanted to go down there and work out. Later, Coach Welsh encouraged me to pick up the basketball and shoot around a little bit, which I did. But I was always in there. And I think, where are you going to give an athlete a key to the gym other than a small town where they know it's important and they know if they give you the key, you'll use it right. So I want to thank you for that. I'm sincerely grateful. In closing, I wanted to kind of leave you all with something I feel is a little bit more profound. So I went out on the internet and I'm going to put my twist on Dry Creek Dwayne's words. It's kind of about mentoring in life and the 4 things you need to do as a man or a woman to be, I don't know what he said, but it was something about making yourself better and making the world a better place. So, experience trumps theory every time. And one of the things you want to do is you want to be a good man, be a good woman. I would challenge you to be a great man and be a great woman by always doing things right. Regardless of your religious beliefs, the 10 Commandments are a pretty doggone good start. Pretty great starting point. And then beyond that, you can love more, but you got to learn how to love with boundaries. A great man or a good woman or a great man, you have to learn to love, but you got to learn how to love with boundaries. And what I learned from probably coaches and the experiences here is a giver must draw the line, because the taker never will. So, be a good man and learn some rules. The other thing I think I did naturally, and that was, I think I was a dangerous man. I think other teams, I didn't have to hurt them or be mean or anything like that, but dangerous wasn't always threatening. And I don't believe I started all the fights that Mike Burgess says I did. I believe I became a danger because I was always in high protective mode.
No, you did. Trust me.
See? But I think that I think if I had a spirit animal, it might be one of those big Great Pyrenees dogs. So I'm a great protector of all things I love. And my teammates are one of those things. So a lot of the fouling trouble came from protecting them. Another thing might be to be knowledgeable, read, and share that knowledge. I read a great book called Unoffendable, and that really challenged me over the past. To not be so worried about past offenses. I think past offenses keep us away from the people we need to mentor. So, learn to be unoffendable. I think it's a great, as a Christian, I believe what Christ did for me and what he did for us, who am I to ever be offended? So, be unoffendable, get knowledge. And finally, number 4, be wise. And know when to share and when to shut up. Knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. So with that, I'm going to close. I want to thank you all. It's been a privilege to be from Flora. I love showing my hometown off to my family, who really doesn't have any tie-ins with Southern Illinois other than me. And it's been great to share Flora with them. And it's great because I'm proud of where I came from. I'm proud of the community. I'm proud of our accomplishments. I'm proud of the reestablishment of the winning culture that, my junior year when Coach Welch got here. That's when it started, guys. That's when at least it got reignited. You know, I learned there was a lot of good teams back in the 60s, but it got reignited. And I was really proud to be a part of that. It means a lot, and I just want to thank you again and again. God bless.
Thank you, Tim. Our next Hall of Fame athlete that we're going to recognize tonight is Lacey Briscoe Francis, and I will tell you that another kid that I had the honor and privilege of coaching for 2 years, her junior and senior year, and she was part of a very special team. She's a unique individual in this regard, is that she's a 1,000-point scorer. There was only 12 in the history of girls basketball at Flora. She's one, and she's one I would have to beg to shoot. She was very selfless, very humble to this very day. She's texting me before this evening saying, I sat with these other 7, and I don't know that I should be one of these 8. And she earned her place at this table. She's a Division I athlete, 1,000-point scorer. My daughter's never played basketball, but I coached her like she was my daughter. Fearless competitor, played on a great team 2 years, junior and senior year, and I was harder on her than I was anybody else. She never held that against me. One of the most loyal players I ever coached. I think it also attributes to her mom and her dad, who were also very supportive of me and my tenure as a basketball coach here. But I can tell you that Lacey was a tremendous teammate. Her teammates loved her, not just because of her skill, which she was very skilled, but because she would never ask anyone to do anything for her that she wouldn't do for them. And the other thing that stood out about Lacey is that she always wanted the challenge that was set before her. She would come to me, hey, I want to guard this kid's best friend, Chelsea Brewer of Lawrenceville. She was a great player, went to U of I. She wanted to guard her any chance she had the opportunity to do so. It was her mission to take on the best and shut down the best. But special, near and dear to me, I tell my daughter, oldest daughter, I said, hey, you ran off to Hawaii, got married. Lacey Briscoe had me marry her. I officiated her wedding with Matthew. So it was an honor and privilege to see her being entered into the Hall of Fame. Tonight, I'm going to be introducing her, will be her dad. He's also a special man to me as well. And anyway, Brent, will you come on up, please?
All right, so when Lacey asked me to give this speech, she gave me requirements. One, I couldn't embarrass her. Then my wife steps in and she goes, and you can't embarrass your son-in-law. And then Coach McNeely calls me and he goes, you're going to be in the church. I have a 6:30 flight in the morning out of Nashville. I'm pretty sure we're going to make it because I don't have a lot to say. I went home from work one day. Lacey was in 4th or 5th grade, and she was out in the driveway shooting basketballs. I said, what are you doing? She goes, Dad, she goes, I want to go out for the team. She goes, will you help me? If you listen to me, I'll help you. So when we played out there for about an hour, and she comes up to me and she goes, what do you think? I don't know. A lot of people don't know me in here. A lot of people do. I don't sugarcoat anything. I told her, I said, Lacey, if you want a scholarship, you better be damn smart because you're not going to get it in athletics. So every day when I would come home from work, Lacey was out there shooting basketballs. She wanted to prove her dad wrong. So that same year, Todd Wood called me, and he coached softball for Sherwin-Williams in Flora. And they was picking their teams that night. And he calls me and he goes, I want to pick Lacey for my team. One, I was thrilled to death somebody's going to pick her because I watched her play basketball. But two, I said, why do you want her? She goes, one, you'll help me coach, and two, you'll work with her. And Todd, I don't know if many of you know Todd Wood or not. Todd Wood knows more about softball than anybody in the United States. He's the best pitching coach I've ever seen in my life. He took a girl in 5th grade and built confidence in her, and in 6th grade, she was throwing a 40-mile-an-hour heater in 6th grade softball, and girls wouldn't even swing at it. So I knew Lacey had the talent, but I didn't know if she was coachable. So I used to watch Whitey Herzog and the St. Louis Cardinals, and they'd give all these pitching deals, you know, and all the garbage with their hands. I thought that's pretty impressive. So I came up with two deals for Lacey. One was a fastball, that's all she could throw. And two, I'd point my head, and that meant hit the batter. So her best friend comes up that night, and I'm like, it's time to see if she's coaching. I point to the head, she drills the batter, her friend's laying on the ground crying, her mom and dad's yelling at me, and I'm like, damn, I've got something here. So when she was playing basketball, Coach McNeely said she always wanted to play the best player. And I think the reason that is, we always watched Dennis Rodman play. He was one of my favorite players. There's no harder player in the world who played basketball than Dennis Rodman. Best defensive player, best rebounder, and actually he's really smart. So I always told Lacey, and McNeely probably killed me for this, but I always told Lacey, I said, you play like Rodman, you get 3 fouls, you get smart, you'll have the other team mad, they won't be able to do anything, and you're going. And that's exactly the way Lacey played basketball. So in 8th grade, McNeely called me and he goes, I'm going to coach Lacey in 8th grade softball. And we actually talked about this the other night on the phone and texting. And I remember him saying, I don't know much about softball. Can you give me some instructions? Yeah. I said, softball in 8th grade is easy. You give Lacey the ball, you sit there on the bucket, you let her pitch, yell sometimes, and act smart, you'll win. I think he's the best 8th grade coach I've ever seen. In high school basketball, I get talked about 2 sports. In high school basketball, Lacey had 2 of the greatest coaches there is. Coach McNeely, who's a near and dear friend of mine, a friend of the family, and Coach Tim Moore, who's been a friend of mine ever since he left. When Moore left, I begged him to stay, and when he finally left, I begged McNeely to come back. And I don't know if you remember those conversations. And, you know, Todd Wood and Denny Thronberg was Lacey's pitching coaches. They're the best of the best as far as I'm concerned. She was All-State in softball 2 years and All-State in basketball for 2 years. That's because of the coaches she had. Most parents think they're the best coach. They're not. It's the coaches who know what the game who's the best coach. My 2 fondest memories of Lacey in high school was one beating #1 ranked Olney, and they was #1 ranked in state in the regionals. And the other one is she lost 1-0 to #1 ranked Casey in softball. In 17 innings, 1-0, and she pitched every inning. That was probably my greatest game, her greatest game. So my only regret was when Coach Thronberg showed her the drop ball, how to throw the drop ball. Because at 45 years old and you have a 65-mile-an-hour drop ball coming in, it can change your life in a hurry. You get it, Smitty? So she was recruited for D1 in both basketball and softball. She picked softball because she's kind of like her dad. She didn't like to run in basketball. So she picked softball, and
her coach from Austin P called one day and wanted her to come, or wanted to watch her play basketball. And he watched her play, he had never seen her play softball, but he watched her play basketball, and he said, I want her for softball. And he said, that's the player I want, and that's where she went. So Lacey moved to Clarksville, Tennessee to play there. Her first game, she came in as relief. I had drove there. It's a 3.5-hour drive to the softball field. And there's a big girl come up to the plate. And I always remember Denny Thronberg saying, man, big girl come up to the plate, put it right on her hands, they can't turn it on. Lacey made the perfect pitch. I'd never seen a prettier pitch, right on the hands. This big girl turned on that ball. I'd never seen a ball go so far in my life. I called Lacey that night from Henderson, Kentucky on my way home, and I said, the ball just landed in my windshield. And that is the God's honest truth. College was a different time. I met a lot of my best friends in grade school and high school traveling for sports. But college was different. I'm the freshman dad. Lacey gave up her first home run in her career. I'd go to the games. Parents just scatter everywhere. Nobody talked. And I'm like, if I'm going to do this for 4 years, we got to have fun. So I went to town, and the Spice is here tonight. There's a lot of people who know this. I went to town. I bought a gasoline daiquiri maker. It's the coolest thing you'd ever see. It had handlebars. It had a throttle, and it had a gallon jug to make daiquiris. Well, college softball, if you get up 3 runs or down 3 runs, I'm going to be honest about the game's over. So when we would get up or down 3 runs, I would just go out to the tailgate of my pickup, make daiquiris. The parents started coming out. I became the cool dad. And we had more parties on the tailgate. Lacey would always say, Dad, you could wait till after the game. Go, this gasoline blender, you can hear all over it. And I said, keep the games close. That's the only thing I'm determined. That's how I met the parents, and that's how we bonded as a team. I remember my son, who used to go to softball games with me, and I had moms asleep by the 7th inning from drinking daiquiris, and I remember my son driving me and the dads home late at night. Sometimes I didn't remember, but driving me and the dads back to the hotel. That's what sports is. It's having fun, meeting your best friends, and that's what we did. But the bad thing about the daiquiri maker is when Austin P played Eastern Illinois, the girls wanted to come to our house, eat supper, have virgin daiquiris. No problem here. So we cooked ribs, we cooked chicken. We have about 30 people there. My wife goes to town, gets the daiquiri mix. I'm like, that's not enough. I'll go get some more. Hell, I didn't know they sold daiquiri mix with alcohol in it. So that night, about 2 hours after the girls left, my niece, who was 10 at the time, she had a thick tongue, and my mom had never had an ounce of alcohol in her life, was slurring her words. Terry goes, gets the daiquiri stuff I used. Sure enough, it had alcohol in it. Bus driver had 2, which statute of limitations is over now. Or I think it is in the house. The bus driver had 2, the coach had never drank, he had 1, and all the girls had 7. And then, I'm telling you, I was the cool parent. I couldn't be prouder of a girl who is one of the best of the best when her dad told her in 4th grade, you better be smart. She, Coach Perrin and Austin P had told me one day, he goes, here's what's wrong with your daughter. Said she's uncoachable. And I said, why is that? And he goes, she knows her mistake when she makes it, and she corrects it herself. She don't need me. So when Coach Perrin quit Austin P and went back to Kentucky to coach, he's a winningest high school coach in Kentucky. When he went back to Trigg County to coach, Lacey graduated, he got her a teaching job, and she was the new assistant coach. And then when he went back to Hopkinsville, Kentucky, which I think is the winningest softball team in Kentucky, and he has more state championships than anybody, he got her a job in Hopkinsville, and then she became the head coach there as well. If you look at all the D1 athletes in here tonight, every one of you have accomplished something. I'm very proud of all of you. I've watched Tom Welch get booed in every gym. I remember Tim Loken going to Carmine, Fairfield, and getting booed. Getting booed from your competition is great in my book. My kids always ask me, they said, Dad, why do you work so hard? Now then my grandkids ask me every Saturday when they're at their house, Dad, why do you work so much? My answer has always been the same. I'm not the smartest, but you always have to outwork your competition. And I will tell you, my daughter took that to heart. She calls me every morning at 6:15 in the morning on her way to school to teach school. There's not a lot of teachers today that go to school at 6:15, and I get that phone call every day. Other than athletics, the proudest I am of my daughter is she was a 2-time OVC Scholar Athlete of the Year. Not for softball, but for every student who played athletics in the Ohio Valley Conference. She won it 2 years in a row. She's been Teacher of the Year at Hopkinsville, Kentucky 2 times. She's been the 38-year Daughter of the Year to me. She's an 8-year Mother of the Year to MJ and Baylor. But the greatest thing she did is she has a great family. She married Matt, who's a D1 quarterback, who I will have to admit with Neely is not in the Hall of Fame. I had to throw that in there because everybody told me not to, but Neely told me to. And the mother of MJ and Baylor, who's my pride and joy. I tell myself every morning, if you expect to get something done, most generally do it. Always told Lacey, practice makes perfect, and she achieved both. And this time, I would like to introduce Lacey Briscoe Francis.
I think that might be the most PG speech my dad has ever given. I honestly need another round of applause for that. Standing here tonight is truly an honor, one that I never imagined possible when I first began this journey. To be inducted into the Flora Hall of Fame is incredibly humbling, especially as part of the first inductee class. It is a privilege to be recognized along such an extraordinary and talented group of individuals. Being honored for both basketball and softball holds a special meaning for me, as each sport represents a distinct and unique chapter in my life. While both have shaped me in profound ways, my journeys in basketball and softball are vastly different. And I'd like to take a moment to share a little bit about each of those journeys. Sometimes my dad has a tendency of embellishing stories, but he wasn't what he told me that night. The part that he did leave out, though, however, was that after he told me that I better be pretty smart because I wasn't going anywhere in sports, was that he got a massive chewing from my mom. So as I was crying in my bedroom, he came in there and he made a deal with me that night. He said, Lacey, I'll tell you what, if you get a scholarship in a sport, I'll buy you a brand new car your senior year. And I was like, bet. So that's when we tried to figure out my sport. First, we tried golf, and that was probably the shortest. I don't even know if that lasted a day. After the amount of divots I put in his pristine yard, yeah, he made me quit that one. Then I tried tennis, and I got tennis lessons from Zach Talmont. That was also pretty short-lived, because as I was in the tennis lesson, my goal was to hit the ball over the fence into oncoming traffic. And it was bonus points for me if I hit a car. So after that day, tennis lessons were done. Sorry. But after the tennis debacle, my parents signed me up for junior league softball. I was naturally drafted to the Midnight team, just like he said, and Todd Wood was the coach. His daughter Talia and then Laura Cooper were also on that team the first time I ever got to meet her. That season, I also got to meet my longtime best friend, Whitney Luttrell. That first season, though, was pretty rough. I hear Tim Stanley say how he was just a natural athlete. It did not come easy to me at first. The only thing I remember with junior league softball was I was playing right field, and the ball was hit to me, and I just threw my glove up in the air, and then I frantically started running around in circles trying to find the ball. And then all I hear was, "It's in your glove! Throw the ball!" I had no clue I had caught it. But then later, started showing a little more promise, and Todd decided to create a travel ball softball team. And then added to that softball team, he had Katie Hurleman and Brittany Schaefer. After playing with and against Brittany, something else sparked inside me, and I wanted to start pitching. So I told my dad I wanted to start. Once again, he took me out in the yard, and I started hurling the ball at him. He was impressed with the velocity, but not so much on my accuracy. I think I spent more time chasing wild throws than actually pitching that day. But he saw potential, so he took me to the ball field to meet with Todd to get his opinion. That's when the nonstop pitching practice began. Todd knew the softball world better than we did at the time, and he had recommended Denny Thronberg from Casey Westfield. Denny was a Hall of Fame softball coach in Illinois and had started running his first class pitching camps. So that summer, heading into 5th grade, I went to countless lessons with my friend Whitney catching for me. Even after I broke my left collarbone in a first base collision, I still went to the lessons to learn. By the next season, I was like Brittany Schaefer, hurling the ball hard enough to scare the other girls, a thrill that I secretly enjoyed. As a matter of fact, Robin Masters Stanford shared with me last night how much I truly scared her whenever she was batting. But pitching practice wasn't always easy. I needed a catcher on hand constantly, even when my dad was traveling for work. He tried having my mom catch for me, but after I busted the blood vessels in her hand, that only happened once and we were done. Then we tried my brother. That quickly turned into one fight after the other, so that was also done. So Dad had to get creative. He rigged an old tumbling mat up against the wall in our garage. He marked 40 feet from me, drew out my strike zone, and then I had to sit there and pitch. I don't know how many countless pitches every single day. No injuries, no casualties, just a few broken light bulbs and probably some annoyed neighbors with all the loud banging. But throughout middle school, my accuracy with fastballs and changeups steadily improved. By the time I entered high school, it was time to focus on strength training and learning new pitches. At Denny Thronberg's camp, he showed all the parents how to use TheraBands for shoulder, arm, and wrist strength. Taking his advice to heart, my dad drilled a hole through a softball, threaded the TheraBand through it, and strength training officially began in the Briscoe household. In classic Brent Briscoe fashion, he would hold the end of the TheraBand and would increase the resistance, so much so that I could barely move my wrist. One day, my hands were sweaty, kind of like they are right now, and the ball slipped right out of my hands. It didn't hit my dad in the most pleasant of places. Let's just say you can picture him in the fetal position on the floor. From that day on, the TheraBands were tied to a weight bench. During my freshman and sophomore seasons, I mostly played shortstop because Brittany Schaefer was the older pitcher, and she was more consistent and confident than I was. Starting as a freshman with juniors and seniors was nerve-wracking. I was so nervous about making an error and letting them down, but instead they helped me grow, they built my confidence, and they helped me set new goals to chase. When Brittany signed to play college softball, it lit another fire underneath me. That's when I started learning and perfecting different pitches: screwball, curve, rise, and drop, in that exact order, because that was the order my dad preferred to catch them in. Drop balls were not his favorite, as you heard a second ago. One practice in our backyard stands out. Dad had built a pitching mound and a plate in our backyard. He had a tendency, shocker to some of y'all, to yell at me to motivate me and to get me throw harder. So we were on the drop ball, and he was ruthless that day, yelling at me. So I placed that drop ball perfectly where it hit the front of the plate, and it popped up just right. And he was in the fetal position again. I'm not gonna lie, I walked off with a smirk, and my mom was yelling in the background, "I told you to stop yelling at her. She's getting too good, and you're gonna pay for it." Junior year, Brittany graduated, and I had to take the reins. I pitched the vast majority of the games, probably well over 80%, if not more. That year was a pivotal one for both me and our team. We were incredibly successful, winning conference and regional championships, but there was one game that stood out the most. Our matchup against the softball powerhouse state-ranked Casey Westfield. This was the same program where my pitching instructor, Denny Throberg, taught, coached, and earned his Illinois Hall of Fame status. The pressure was immense. We took them 16 innings, I believe, not 17, but I could be wrong. And I pitched every single one. Back then, which sounds really weird to say now, both baseball and softball teams rode the same bus. Typically, our softball games finished first, and we would always go and watch the boys finish their baseball game. However, going into 16 innings, roles were reversed, and the boys filled our side of the bleachers to watch us. It was clear they hadn't watched much softball before, with comments like, "Why is that girl running when she's hitting? And how close is she pitching to them?" Followed by, did you see that pitch move up? Or did you see that pitch just stop at the plate and fall?" Even though we ultimately lost in the 16th inning due to 2 errors, we earned the respect of the boys, and our fan section grew that night. And little did I know that that was the first game where college recruits were scouting me. Despite the heartbreaking loss, I was approached by recruiters afterward, and let me tell you, I was definitely on cloud 9. Then that summer before my senior year was like a dream. Denny Throberg introduced me to one of his softball friends, Nick Nelson, who got me on a travel team up in Bloomington, Illinois. I played alongside girls from Bloomington, Normal, Peoria, Champaign. Basically, I was the only Southern Illinois country bumpkin. Even though traveling for practices and games was long, it was worth it. My coach then played on a semi-pro team, and that summer, the Olympic softball team was touring the U.S. playing teams like hers. I got to watch 2 of my role models, Jenny Finch and Lisa Fernandez, in action as they played against my coach. And I was starstruck when they walked in our dugout to use our bullpen the day before. And then later that summer, Denny again encouraged me to try out for an all-star team that would travel to Australia to play. When he called to tell me that I had made the team, I was beyond excited. The team was made up from girls from Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri. While we were there for softball, we also got to tour Brisbane and Sydney, and even learned how to surf at the famous Bondi Beach. Playing softball there was a totally new experience. I had to pitch on rubber mats instead of a dirt mound, so I was constantly switching between cleats and turf shoes. One game, I wasn't pitching well and was missing my spots. When I got to the dugout, Denny was inches from my face, giving me one of the biggest chew-outs I've ever received. My mom said all the parents were just staring at her, but she reassured them that I would be fine. You know, after all, Brent is my dad. So after that, I went back out and pitched lights out, hitting all my spots. And by the end of the game, I was awarded the Australian flag for being an MVP. That trip was an unforgettable experience. But Denny wasn't finished with me yet. The fall of my senior year, he had me try out for another team, a college recruitment program he and Nick Nelson had created. We traveled to play at different universities like SIU, U of I, Purdue, Evansville, and several more. Playing alongside elite athletes with the same goals as mine pushed me to a new level. This experience gave me more college exposure, resulting in multiple offers. After visiting several schools, I had decided to play at Austin Peay State University under the late coach Jim Perrin. However, my high school journey wasn't over yet. My senior season was full of memorable moments, especially with the addition of Stephanie Militello as my catcher. She stayed after several practices with me, but also drove to Clarksville, Tennessee to and from, and one day to get some training with my coach. That season, everything clicked for our team. We gained more fans. The local radio followed us more. We were conference champs again, and after winning regionals, we made the sectional championship. And I believe that might have been the first time for Flora. We faced KZ Westfield again in the sectional final. And like my junior year, it went into extra innings, except this time it was only 14. And again, I had to pitch every single one. It was a 1-1 ball game. And unfortunately, back-to-back errors on bunts cost us the game. Despite the loss in the end of my high school career, I believe that our team that year made history. Since that season, we put Flora softball on the map. I've seen the program's success throughout the years, and I've watched multiple girls earn college scholarships after me. And it makes me so proud, and I hope that legacy continues. That's also a game that Smitty and I talked about today, and he told me that I caused him, $250,000 in debt? Yeah. Because that's when he decided to start covering Clay County sports again, was after that game. Basketball was different, though. My dad recalls it a little differently, but I remember Ashley Tolliver and Haley Johnson peer pressuring me into playing in 6th grade. Just like softball, things got off to a rocky start. I was the starter on the B team and rarely saw playing with the A team girls, who were leaps and bounds ahead of me. However, one game changed everything. I played exceptionally well, impressing our coach with my defense, and I distinctly recall my mom and dad asking, "What changed? You were all over the place today." And all I could respond with is a grin. I guess it was that Mountain Dew and chocolate wanjon. From that point on, I had a Mountain Dew and chocolate wanjon before every single game, and my dad made sure it was in my hand. I began earning playing time on the A team, and by 7th and 8th grade, I had officially become a starter. My shooting accuracy improved and my defensive skills sharpened, but it wasn't due to luck. It came from hard work. My dad would play basketball with me in our driveway, mostly horse, but sometimes one-on-one. And in typical Brent Briscoe fashion, there were no such thing as fouls. So I had to either beat him off the dribble or I was going to have a mouthful of basketball. He set incredibly high expectations and made my pain tolerance very high as well. I don't remember many games for junior high, but I do remember one post game. I had played terribly, perhaps one of my worst performances in my life. And I could feel my dad's frustration, as everybody else in the gym probably heard it. So instead of getting to ride the bus home that night that I was secretly wishing would happen, he signed me out and I had to ride with him. As soon as the truck door shut, the lecturing began. My performance was an embarrassment, and he went on about everything that I did wrong. Just when I thought it couldn't get worse, flashing lights appeared behind us. We were getting pulled over for speeding, yet another consequence of my poor performance. And all I could think of is that if he got a ticket, I was a goner. The police officer approached the driver's side window and asked, "Sir, is there a reason you're driving so fast?" And it didn't take long for him to spat out, "Honestly, officer, my daughter played like crap tonight in her basketball game. It was an embarrassment, and I'm just so ticked off." I had to censor that, of course. I sank down in my seat, wishing I could disappear. The officer then looked back at me. I could tell he recognized the distress in my face. And he goes, "Well, sir, I'm going to let you go this time only because I feel bad for your daughter and I don't want to make it worse. Please slow down." In that moment, I had never been so thankful in my life. Then high school basketball started, and I remember feeling a mix of fear and excitement as I found myself surrounded by sophomores, juniors, and seniors, some that I've never met. My freshman season began with me on the JV team, getting some varsity time only if someone got in foul trouble, but then something changed. Coach Moore decided to throw me into the varsity starting lineup. Talk about nerve-wracking, especially starting alongside upperclassmen like Flora Cooper. Coach Moore reassured me that my main focus would be defense, and I quickly noticed he assigned me to guard the opposing team's best players. That's when my defensive skills began to flourish. Unfortunately, during my freshman year, it was cut short due to a broken left hand. Even with a cast on, I practiced every single day. As a matter of fact, there was one day that Coach Welch came and got me out of class in the hopes of padding my cast enough where the rest would let me play in the game. I think I got like out of class for maybe 2 hours. My hand was probably 5 pounds heavier, only to just get denied by the refs. So aside from practice, my freshman season came to an end. The following year, Coach Moore kept me in the same role, still primarily for defense, which was perfectly fine by me. But that year, I had the privilege of witnessing something many never do. Laura Cooper scoring over 2,000 points. It was such an incredible achievement to be a part of. But after that season, Coach Moore left to move home with his family, and Coach McNeely returned to Flora. I was already somewhat familiar with him from junior high, where he was my teacher, and FYI, he was the only class I ever got kicked out of and sent to the hallway. I was so scared. When junior season began, we all knew we were in for it. The amount of conditioning was absolutely unreal. I often tell my students and my athletes now that the hardest conditioning I've ever experienced was during McNeely's preseason basketball training. I remember having to fall into my seat in class because I couldn't squat from being so sore. The nonstop zigzag drills, pillars, and ladder workouts were nothing short of brutal. But with Flora's highest score graduated, we all felt the pressure to step up, especially knowing that we might struggle offensively. But boy, were we wrong. We learned new offensive plays, adapted to new positions, and discovered our team's strengths. With Katie Hurlman and Jessica Price in the post, Ashley Greenwood and I as forwards, and Ashley Tolliver as point guard, our team dynamic transformed completely. It took all of us working together to fill the gap left by Coop's departure. Coach McNeely threw in another challenge that year for me. He had me start learning how to play in the post. It took me out of my comfort zone. And then remember when I told you that my dad, there was no such thing as a foul? Imagine doing post plays against him. I had to learn to use my elbows quickly to get him to stay off. But just when I thought junior year was awesome, nothing could compare to my senior year. Although we lost Katie Hurlman, we still have 4 seniors, Tolliver, Greenwood, Price, and me. Plus Jackie Daugherty joined the starting lineup. I may be a little biased, but it truly felt like the dream team. McNeely kept pushing us hard with the brutal conditioning and even more plays in the playbook. His intensity seemed to increase that year too. As a matter of fact, one of my most favorite moments was when McNeely was chewing us out at halftime one game. You might sound kind of crazy saying that was one of my favorite moments, but you also wouldn't have known he was a preacher. But during this chew out, it was very well deserved, I will say. We were not playing well at all. And he was chewing us up from one side to the other. And all I could do was I was just staring at him. He was like, "Dang it, Briscoe, why are you staring at me like that? Why do you have a grin on your face? Is this funny?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Coach, you have white stuff foaming out the side of your mouth, and I can't stop looking at it." He quickly wiped his mouth, and before I knew it, the entire team burst into laughter, even Coach Pierce. I don't know what gum he was chewing that day, but it gave foaming out the mouth with rage a whole new meaning. Despite everything leading up to that moment, we turned things around in that second half, and we played like the dream team we knew that we were. That year was filled with successes. We won the Newton Thanksgiving tournament, claimed victory over the Mattoon Holiday tournament, where I was named MVP, won the LIC tournament, secured our conference championship, and I unknowingly scored my 1,000th point. McNeely and my dad knew about that, but I had no clue. But of all of our triumphs that year, my favorite moment was defeating Olney in the regional championship. I heard that somebody was here that was on that team, and I'm sorry. I was going to say sorry, I'm not sorry, but I'm still sharing it. So Olney that year was #1 in state. They had Brittany Johnson on the team. She was a sophomore. She was one of the top recruits in the U.S., and that year she was averaging 42 points a game. We were not expected to even come close, as they had already defeated us once or twice that year. But we kept Brittany Johnson to her lowest scoring game that season, and we came out in victory. Our team and fans were ecstatic, and I even remember that there was a boys' game at home that night. And I remember Laura Hediger texting me saying that they were keeping the announcers were telling our score and giving the fans updated. And then whenever we won, Even the boys' game erupted with their fans. That senior season is something I'll always cherish. Coach McNeely often reminded us to soak it in because we would miss it someday. And I don't think he could have said anything truer. I would do anything to go back in time and relive those moments again. But after reflecting on my Flora High School sports career, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude for this incredible honor of being inducted into the Hall of Fame. This recognition is not only just a reflection of my individual achievements, but also a testament to the unwavering support of my family, my coaches, and my teammates who have been with me every step of the way. Some teammates that I would like to thank would be Brittany Schaefer and Katie Hurlman for the countless hours and trips to travel softball games, Whitney Luttrell for being by my side in softball from 5th grade to senior year, and also forgiving me for breaking her thumb when she was catching me in junior high. Stephanie Militello for being there for extra pitching practices and pushing me to be better. Ashley Tolliver and Haley Johnson for peer pressuring me into playing basketball. Laura Cooper for showing me what true work ethic and dedication looks like. And Ashley Tolliver, Greenwood, and Jessica Price for having such an exceptional and unforgettable time our junior and senior basketball season. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the coaches who believed in me. Todd Wood for starting my softball career. Denny Thronberg for developing me as a pitcher and providing me with an abundance of opportunities and life experiences. Coach Moore for noticing my potential and developing me defensively in basketball. And Coach McNeely for pushing me more than any other coach, giving me one of my most cherished sports years, and making all of this possible for tonight. And of course, nothing would have ever happened without my family. I'd like to thank my mom for her endless support, cheering me on, even when it embarrassed me. And for the countless hours spent getting me to and from practices and games. My brother, who is secretly my biggest fan, but would never admit it. And he had to endure several games unwillingly and in several embarrassing moments with Katie Hurlman constantly shucking him. My dad, who pushed me beyond my limits, spent countless hours catching or practicing basketball with me, suffered painful sports injuries with me, and also opened up his wallet for every piece of equipment, lesson, and travel game trip. This honor symbolizes not only my personal journey, but also the collective efforts of everyone who has influenced my life in sports. My journey did not start easy, like some of you said. I wasn't the best player at the beginning, but through hard work and determination, I grew and became successful. Something I have to remind myself as I am watching some of my kids embark in extracurriculars. It's killing me, I'm not gonna lie. Without the unwavering support of my family and coaches and teammates, without the foundation of Flora athletics, and above all, without God's guidance and blessings, I would not be the person I am today. I would not be where I am today, nor would I have been blessed with my exuberant children and my amazing husband, who claims that he knew he was going to marry me after our first date when he took me to play horse. And if he tells you he let me win, it's 100% a lie. Each step along the way has shaped who I am, and I carry the lessons and values learned through these experiences into my daily life. I hope that young athletes today recognize that every challenge they face is an opportunity for growth. Thank you for all being a part of this incredible moment for me. And just to let you know, my dad did hold up on his end of the deal, and I got my new car my senior year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lacey. Our next Hall of Famer that we would like to recognize this evening is Tim Locum. I never had the honor and the privilege of meeting Tim until last night. I heard about him, so many stories growing up in the 80s, and another word that describes him is the same word I used with Lacey, and really all the 8 people that are being inducted is humility. The man has the all-time leading three-point field goal percentage in Wisconsin basketball history and second in free throw percentage. That's an incredible feat for anybody, especially from a small town like Flora. So obviously we're very proud of Tim and his accomplishments along with the other 7. But Tim, thank you for representing Flora. And at this time, I would like for Larry McGrew to come forward and introduce him properly.
Good. Well, yeah. Well, I want to congratulate all those people again. That's a great honor, and all you people that's coming out here, and family and parents and wives and daughters and all that stuff. So that's great. It's something you'll remember forever. Something about a while ago on the man-child. I didn't finish that one thing, how you got to the man-child. Smitty knows the story. Man-child from Salem was Mike Minton. And he looked like a Marine, he built like a Marine, he's one of the most athletic, strongest junior high players I've ever seen. And just one stat, he went to the state track meet, the shot put record was 24 years old, and he broke the shot put record by 3 feet, not 3 inches. He broke it by 3 feet. 56'7", and I like this, 5'8". Yeah, 56'7", and 5'8". So he was the man-child from Salem, and he was the shot. This because he imagine a guy that strong ran the hurdles. Imagine getting tipped over or him hitting you football too. So that was the man-child, and that's why I told him, recognized him as being that way. One thing I was going to mention a while ago about not picking on referees, not picking on referees. We played in a place not too far from here when he was in 8th grade. And we beat them up here in the House of Carpet. And the coach said, when you come to our house, my brother's going to referee. I thought, really? They didn't think they'd do that, would they? Yes, they did. So I think Tim got in the Guinness book that night. One time down and back, 3 fouls. Block, charge, show your hands, teeth. See ya. So one time up and down, and he got 3 fouls that night. So we ended up winning in overtime. 4 guards and a forward. That's what we had. 4 guards and a forward. So that was one of the things there too. So he got in the Guinness book on the fouls. So anyway, now this next guy here, I want to get that in there because I didn't clarify that about the man-child too much, but he was something else. So the man-child went to Indiana University full ride. He had another buddy who went to Indiana University full ride, and we had to beat those guys to go to the state tournament one time. Beat them in the House of Carpet. His dad was a teacher over at Kaskaskia. After the game, he said, I'd rather play in a cornfield. I'd rather play in a cornfield. So now Tim, our 7th grade team before he got here was hard to win. John Wooden said you got to have elephants to run a circus. We didn't have very many elephants. 7th grade, they tried. These good kids that practiced hard, tried hard and everything. Couldn't get that elusive victory. So Tim showed up and had a woman I taught with over at McKendree, Pat Hiller, and she said, I'm supposed to tell you that there's a family moved down from Chicago, and mother said the older boy is pretty good. I said, what, band? Tuba? What, band? No, in athletics, he's supposed to be pretty good. I said, well, okay, that's, pretty good, because that 7th grade, we needed a little bit of help. So Tim showed up, and I could tell the first day, we did some shooting drills, and when Tim's head started getting wet, watch out, especially the other team, when he started sweating and his head was getting wet, that means he's in rhythm, he's ready to go. and he took those shooting drills seriously and everything. And like I said, we didn't have too many elephants. End of the year, the photographer said everybody in the front row except Tim, you get in the back. You know, there are little guys in the front row, and he got in the back. So this paper that was passed out last night tells a little bit about what all he's done. And I mean, he went to the University of Wisconsin and shot the three like crazy. And I remember one time, Tim, your dad showed me in there, at one time, 200 three-point attempts, you was third in the nation. Some little guy from Chattanooga, Tennessee was ahead of you. You probably know his nickname. It's some type of nickname, Chattanooga, Tennessee, but he was in there. You was in there. So it says here that he was a number 2 all-time leading scorer at Flora High School. He's never won forever. And then Paul Knapp broke his record. Tim had 2,074. And I remember Laura had 2,093. At that time, she was overall the number 1. 87, Tim was named the IHSA first team All-State, IBCA All-Star Decatur Herald Player of the Year, Southern Illinois Player of the Year. Tim was also inducted to the IBCA Hall of Fame 2011. Over his 4-year varsity career at Flora, Wolves had a win-loss record of 107-13. Man, that's almost illegal. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, 107-13. I remember Coach, the big Tolman kid, went to Olney, transferred into Olney, 7 foot tall. Remember reading in the Olney paper, he helped Coach Flanagan win over 100 games, 7 foot. Pretty good gift, noble. So, yeah, so that was pretty good. So Tim has said basketball scholarship to Wisconsin, and he was a captain, starter, and he broke 1,000 points there too. So that's pretty good. 1,000 points for high school, 1,000 points for Wisconsin. Career three-point shooting percentage record at Wisconsin with an impressive 472%. And you watch TV and those college shooters, they shoot 40 or 41. They say they're pretty good. Or they say they're pros and they shoot 41 or 42. And then Tim's shooting 47 too. He was also 86% free throw shooter. And you know, if you listen to broadcast, free throws win ball games. I've seen him make a bunch of them. And he had the same routine. He shot the same way, the same routine every time. Can't change, just like a bowler. He'll do the same way all the time. And so he ranked in free throws, ranked second all time up there. And so I remember one of the things, him and his wife reside in Arizona. I remember one time, and locum guys were, and coach was proud of this too. I don't hardly ever remember they ever got sick or hurt. And I remember Stump one time, Tim broke his nose somewhere in practice or a game. I think Stump had to go to Champaign or Saskatchewan or somewhere and get a mask. And I think Tim doctored it up a little bit and put Jason on there like Halloween. And I think maybe that didn't go too well. So anyway, he did that. So great player at Flora, and I had him in junior high. And so when we started practicing, and I went in there and I knew what we had the year before, and they struggled and couldn't win a game. And like I said, when Tim's head got wet, he started shooting. That's a thing of beauty. I mean, he could fill it up. And so anyway, we went to Red Hill, first game. In Red Hill, 7th graders, 3rd in the state. We used the year before, 3rd in the state. So they said, oh, we'll pick on Flora. Well, come on over. We'll have you first in the tournament. So we're in the industrial arts in there with little sawdust, cookies, cheese, drink, everything, and all the sawdust stuff. And so the coach said, hey, heard you got a new player. I said, yeah. Well, how good is he? Well, I don't really know because everybody on the team is pretty small. He just kind of does what he wants to do. So I don't really know how good he is. So Tim, I don't know if you know these numbers. If you're playing lotto tonight, just remember 44, 44, and 44. So at the end of the game, he wore 44. At the end of the game, he had 44 points. And he also, and I think this is the most outstanding stat that I know about him, 44 rebounds. Are you kidding me? 44 rebounds, 44 points, and we're 44. That's Guinness Book stuff right there. I mean, that's all you can say. So the coach walked by after the game, kind of squeezed my hand and said, "He's pretty good." I said, "Yeah, he is." He is. And so when they come over here to the House of Carpet, guess what? They come over here, and after the game, Tim, he walked by, the coach walked, we won again, by about 3 again, and the coach walked by and squeezed my hand pretty hard again, and he said, "He outscored my whole team." He outscored my whole team. So he did. So he had, talk about putting it up and filling it up, 7 games over 40. That's not bad. 7 games over 40. Twice he had 49 and 49. And was playing an area school, and Lewis, who keeps our book, and I wasn't keeping track of whatever's going on about his points. And Lewis hollered down that he'd been sitting out 3 or 4 minutes. And Lewis hollered down and said, "Hey, you got 49. I said, "Wow, I didn't know he had that many." And so anyway, well, I had to put him back in. Coach was beating him pretty badly. I said, "Oh, we'll start a war here." So I said, "I might put him back in for a minute or two, see if he can get the record, break the record, whatever." But the man-child had the record, 51 back there, the man-child. So guess what? And Trav referees again. So put him in, first time down the floor, charge, foul number 4. We go down this end. We get the ball, we go down the floor again. Second time down the floor, go down there, guess what? Charge, boom. 5 fouls, Tim, you can sit down now. Crowd just erupted, went crazy. And then we whipped that when he beat, or he scored all those points against Red Hill, we had to go back and beat Albion. They had the big 3 kids again, the big 3 farm kids and like that. So we had to play them in the championship game. I think it went overtime. Tim fouled out. The guy had been keeping the book for 100 years, had about 17 different pins in his pocket. And when Tim fouled out, he might as well got on the microphone and screamed, "You can all go home now. Locum fouled out. You can all go home." And, well, we got beat. So anyway, so that year, we played Albion. Like I said, they beat us by 3 at Red Hill. They come to the House of Carpet over here. We beat them by 3. Keep track of that now. 3 and 3. We played in the first game at Noble in the regional tournament. Nobody was hurt, same players, everything. And our coach looked down at me with about 3 minutes to go, Smitty, and he goes, and I go, and we're winning by 42. Winning by 42. Beat them by 3 and by 3, and now we're winning by 42. So that was just amazing. And then we got the championship game. We had to play North City, and they was really, really good. They had this little rugrat kid that looked like he ought to be somewhere else. He's about this tall, and he would chase Tim up and down the floor, and he wouldn't get in proper position. He'd chase you up and down the floor, and then he'd jump in front of him, and Tim would knock him down. Guess what, Charlie? No, you got to have position. You can't just jump in front of somebody and trip them. And he got 3 fouls called on Tim that night. Charge, fouled him out. And so we didn't have very good luck at that. Johnson City, they beat us by 3, went to the state, lost by 3, so they got second in the state by 3, and they beat us by 3. So anyway, Tim, he had 695 points. He averaged 36.5. That's pretty good. And scored over 47 times. And he had 49. And like I said, of all the things he ever did, I don't know if anybody ever rebounded 44 times. My God, that's like Will Chamberlain or somebody. So he had to get every rebound down there, and he had to get every rebound down there. And so he did, and he did. So anything, what I remember about Tim Stanley and him, they both told me before they started this, like, more or less, they didn't care about the stats. They didn't really care about this and that and whatever. And Tim was telling me that he was so proud of helping to start the rebirth of the Flora Wolves basketball team with Coach Welch. He was on that team, and he felt really good about getting that going again, and so that was. And I remember, like you said, Tim, before Coach Welch started coaching, I remember going to a game down there, and we won 2 games. We won 2 games, and I'm not kidding you. On that first game we won, they cut the nets down. We cut the nets down. I said, really? Oh, yeah, they cut the nets down. So then that year, I think first year, Tim, and you played at St. Anthony, I think you won the tournament, you, Ferguson, Cox, Burgess, like that. So that was great to get that going again. I remember Tim liked football, like the man-child liked football. And I told Tim the other night, I remember going down to a game down here at Smitty. We played Effingham. We was on this side. Tim's team was on this side. And you look, there's a lot of space on our bench. I thought there was 12, but Tim said he thought he had 16 on that team. 16, we played Effingham. 62, red and white over there, 62. And I told Tim, his team didn't imitate football. They played football. And he played quarterback. If you think he's going to take him out, I remember tucking that ball, and he would give you as much as they gave him. So you better be prepared. And one of his, I think I saw in the paper, one of the things that he was excited most about, he said, is hit somebody with all your might on the football team with all my energy. He said, I like that. That's a football player. So that's, he was multi-sports, and the man-child was multi-sports, 227 three-pointers at the University of Wisconsin, stood for 23 years. And like I said, I think what was really, really important, especially this day and age, I don't think Tim ever missed a game in junior high. I don't think he ever missed a game in high school. And if you can do that, you can be pretty successful. And so he was, always said it was pretty easy to draw up a play when you got a guy at 36.5. You're at the end of the game. Who wants to shoot? Well, maybe you can. Maybe we'll let that guy right there shoot. So anyway, I was proud to coach those two guys. It sure made things a lot easier when you got guys like that. Like I said, if Tim averaged 36.5, that's pretty good. I used to tell my eighth graders, if you score 40, you probably win. 40. You got one guy getting 36, that's helpful. You go like that's helpful. Like that. Well, I got to tell that joke. Andy asked me if I still remembered it. Some of these guys, sometimes they get people get down on athletics and say they're not very smart. People's not very smart. So a football player and a basketball player and a football coach and a basketball coach, and the football coach said, you know what, coach? Man, I can't get these guys. They can't study. They can't do nothing anymore. It's really tough. And he goes, let me show you. So he says, Bubba comes over, about 6'3", 390 pounds. Bubba, come over here. What do you need, coach? Here's $10. Go uptown, get me a Cadillac. Okay, coach. Away he goes. His basketball coach says, I know what you're talking about. Slim, hey Slim, come here. So Slim's about 6'9", 150 pounds. He comes, so this is what you need, coach. He says, go down to the coach's office and see if I'm down there. He goes, oh, okay. So the two boys meet out in the hallway. Football boy looking at the basketball boy, and the football boy says, I think coach is losing it. And he says, really? What's going on? Well, he gave me $10 to go get a Cadillac. He didn't even tell me what color. He says, I know what you're talking about. And the basketball boy says, I think he's losing it too. You know why? He said, he told me to go down to the coach's office, see if I'm down there. There's a phone right there by the wall. All he's got to do is call. Anyway, a bunch of these guys are honor roll students and these girls and everything, so it makes it helpful for the coach and for them. So Bobby, quite a program, Hall of Fame, that's something. And these people should remember that forever. And the first one, inaugural, that should mean something else too. So appreciate all you guys coming out, all the people coming out, and you're right. Where's that other microphone? Oh, right here. Is it on? No. Yes, is this on? Oh. Now it's on.
Yes, testing. Too many microphones, not enough lights. You're right, coach. Not enough lights.
Let's press single spaces.
Oh, yeah. Hey, first rule of speech making is you got to know your audience. Okay, so
it's like a budget, right? We have so much, and when one department spends too much, another department's got to cut. Okay, that's where we're at. Trying to be your best friend right now. There are a lot of pages here, but they are big, and so it's going to go quick, I promise you. Okay. First of all, thanks to Coach Mack for introducing me. There's no better person that I could have chose for that. He was my first influential coach when I moved to Flora. Fun Coach Mack facts. He's also the person that was responsible for teaching me how to drive. So, you know, I'm glad he's a Hall of Fame basketball coach. 4 or 5 accidents, 10 speeding tickets or so later, I would not be helping his candidacy for anything for driver's ed. I promise you that. I do want to congratulate all the other inductees here tonight. I have personal connections with Coach Welch and Smitty, of course, from my time here, but I know of all of the rest of you, and I've got to meet you this weekend. You're all here for a reason. You're all very well deserving because you're outstanding at the sports you played, and you represented Flora very proudly. So I'm very proud to be in this inaugural class with you. Roughly 13 years ago, Andy Fehrenbacher called me and said I was up for nomination for the IBCA Hall of Fame. I was quite surprised and very grateful that someone still thought enough of me and remembered back that far to any accomplishments that I may have had. I view that award as an incredible honor. I went to the ceremony in Peoria, Illinois, even though I was living in Houston, Texas at the time. And I'm still extremely grateful. And the plaque that I received that night still hangs proudly at my house. All that said, when Bobby contacted me last year and about being in the inaugural class of the Flora Hall of Fame, I really was speechless because being recognized here, being recognized in any Hall of Fame is special, of course, but to be honored here among coaches, teammates, friends, and community members is really the greatest honor I can imagine. You guys are not some random group of people that saw a game once or read an article or, you know, heard stories from somebody else. You know, you guys lived this with me. You won and lost with me, you supported me, and you guys are the reason I'm in front of you tonight. So you guys represent the best of Flora, Illinois, and instead of doing the traditional thing and trying to remember all the names and thank all the right people like everyone tries to do in these, I instead this year decided to write a letter. Dear Flora, how are things? I've been back to visit you a little more frequently in recent years, and while a few things change from time to time, much still remains the same. I hope you view any changes as good and as progress forward, and I also hope that the connection to the past remains an important part of how things operate here. Dear Flora, I am back in your presence today. The reason being I'm receiving an award for achievement, an award for accomplishment, and an award that I could never in any way have achieved without you. While I stand here in gratitude, accepting a place in the Flora High School Hall of Fame, the real honor goes to you. Let me take a few minutes and explain to you why. Dear Flora, you took a transplant kid from suburban Chicago, and with a little bit of an adjustment period, you accepted me as one of your own. You taught me, you fed me, you pushed me, you supported me, and you guided me through the all-important teenage years, striving to help turn me from a boy into a young man. You taught me skills and lessons that I utilize to this day. You taught me that the clothes on one's back have zero correlation to a person's character. You taught me that simple pleasures are often the best pleasures. You taught me to wave at everybody that you drive by. And you taught me that hot summer nights go really well with cold beer. Dear Flora, you grounded me. In no other place I have lived or traveled has the populace been so ready to call me on my BS, to tell me like it is, and to look me in the eye and shoot it to me straight. Dear Flora, you surrounded me with great teachers and educators. Once you demanded that when things were easy for me, that I do a little extra. They also demanded when things were hard that I buckle down and apply myself. You provided myself and my classmates great administrators who instituted curriculum that allowed me to be successful in college. And also allowed a different group of my friends to build their skills to become farmers and tradesmen. Dear Flora, you gave me U.S. history with Don Talmont, who on the first day of class Ask the all-important questions. How do you know what you know? And how do you know what you know is true? While any answer I could give you to those questions is still woefully inadequate, Flora, you truly helped prepare me for the world. Dear Flora, you provided me with incredible coaches in every sport that I played. Larry McGrew, Bob Horst, Jim Miglin, Mick Peterson, Dale Henson, Lowell Pemberton, Stump Hemphill, Harold Hilliard, Andy Knapp, and of course, my fellow inductee, Coach Tom Welch. If athletes could do it on their own, and trust me, from age 16 through 18, I certainly thought I could, there wouldn't be a need for coaches. Dear Flora, the fact that you had such a wealth of coaching knowledge and passion at the time I was here is a blessing I will never forget. Dear Flora, seriously, how did you manage to pull so many high-level athletes in such a small town at the same time and do it all when I happen to live here? We learn more and more with age and wisdom that life is a team game, and great teammates cannot be praised enough. I was truly blessed with incredibly great teammates. Their achievements and accomplishments are too numerous to mention, and the list of them is too long to begin to verbalize here. But on top of all the wins, the accolades, the college scholarships, and professional achievements that my fellow Wolves were able to get, Flora, you also provided me with friends, with brothers, with people who cared as much about the school and Wolves athletics and wearing the orange and blue as I did, and who sacrificed above and beyond to make all of us, including myself, incredibly successful. Dear Flora, I can't thank you enough for connecting me with these great men. Dear Flora, I will never forget you getting people to pack Conley Gym for every home game. I'll never forget the celebrations in the auditorium after momentous wins, and I'll never forget parades of cars going to and from away games, usually preceded by police and fire trucks at the end of the year. Flora, all that was possible because of the great community you fostered and nurtured during that time. Among many others, people like Dave Delaney, Bruce Brown, Jerry Jennings, Corny Lauderbeck, our very own Smitty, Jack Thatcher, Harry Penry and our world-class band, and Kenny Windle on the radio helped make Flora basketball an event, a happening, a place that nobody wanted to miss being on a winter Friday night. Alums like Billy Harrell and Daryl Cox practiced with us on Saturday mornings, helping connect us to the town, to the program, to the past, and to the very people that sat in the seats every time we stepped on the court. Flora, you made it easy to be proud of your history and to want to add our own stamp and legacy to it while we were here. Dear Flora, I was only within your confines for a short time. 5 years as a resident will probably set a permanent record for the briefest span for a Flora High School Hall of Fame inductee. But while our days together may have been short, they were large in impact. Flora, I would not have achieved the things I have or lived the life I have lived without your honesty, your guidance, and your support. I'm forever grateful that I showed up in Clay County in June of 1982, and that I was embraced by all of those in your community, and that I left in June of 1987 for Wisconsin, a better athlete, and hopefully a better human being. Dear Flora, I know oftentimes things can seem tough right now. Money isn't plentiful enough. Projects are started and sometimes never finished. Growth can seem non-existent, and change and progress are often hard. But Flora, I want to remind you of a lesson that you taught me. You only really lose when you quit, when you stop fighting, and when you stop reaching forward. I learned that lesson here, and Flora, I learned that lesson from you. I also learned that it's not only okay, but completely encouraged to show pride in who you are, what you do, and where you come from, no matter your circumstance on that particular day. Flora, you were filled with not good, but great people, hardworking, honest, passionate, and loyal. Dear Flora, I encourage you to remind all of your residents, past, present, and future, of all of these things whenever they need them, and that the people of this town matter, and that the impact they had on this former teenage athlete was truly great and very long-lasting. Dear Flora, I thank you so much, and I'm forever indebted for all of you given me including this opportunity to be here tonight among teammates, friends, coaches, and brothers. I may be accepting an award, but I'm doing so on your behalf, for any achievements for myself could not have been possible without all you provided me during my time here. I have lived in many cities, and I can call several places my home. But decades ago, I learned that the only answer to the question, hey Tim, where are you from, is Flora, Illinois. Flora, once again, I say thank you, and I once again congratulate all the other inductees on this honor and their accomplishments. Dear Flora, I promise to always do my best to represent you proudly and to try and visit a little bit more often in the future. Love, Tim. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Our next Hall of Fame honoree, Coach Tom Welch, put, as many of you said tonight, put basketball back on the map in Flora, Illinois. The days where students and community people would line up hour before a game just to be able to watch the Flora Wolves led by Coach Welch. Two quick stories. One, Coach Welch, one day in his AD office, I go up there and he's on a phone with obviously not a very happy parent, and he does not take much gruff from this parent, but he hangs up rather abruptly and he looks at me and goes, McNeely, if you ever want the best coaching job in America, go to any orphanage. The second one, just to give you kind of a scope, I was telling you about Smitty earlier, anywhere you go in Southern Illinois, he's an icon, and they know. I was in Indiana at Bloomington University, home of the Hoosiers, and I run into, it's a coach's clinic, and I run into Ron Felling of all people. He wouldn't know who I was other than I had a Flora tag on my shirt. He immediately tells me to come over, and he goes, hey, how's that SOB Tom Welch doing? I go, he's doing great. He's living life in Flora. And he goes, man, we've had some great battles, him and I. He was a brilliant coach. And then he started going one by one, all the great players from Flora. A couple of those that we're recognizing tonight were the first out of his mouth, Tim Locum, Tim Stanley. And so anyway, I want to go ahead and let his daughter, Mary Beth Welch Collins, introduce him, a true coaching legend.
Tonight, I have the great honor to introduce my father, Coach Tom Welch, into the Flora High School Hall of Fame. Coach Welch was just 31 years old when he was hired to be a teacher and head basketball coach at Flora High School in 1980. Coach Welch's records and achievements at Flora High School are truly impressive. He was the head basketball coach for 16 years with a career winning percentage of 76%. His teams won many conference, regional, and sectional championships, and a super sectional championship and Elite Eight appearance in 1984. He was inducted into the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association Hall of Fame in 1997. Coach Welch was also head baseball coach for 12 years. His 2002 team with Jordan won the sectional and super sectional and is the only Flora baseball team to advance to the Elite Eight. He was golf coach for 24 years with many championships and a team that qualified for state in 1987. And Coach Welch was track coach for 4 years, not coincidentally, the same 4 years I was in high school. Where during my senior year, our girls track team, with only 7 girls on it, won the sectional championship. Coach Welch's achievements and wins are exceptional, and they did not happen by accident. The achievements of his teams were a direct result of his coaching system, philosophy, and work ethic that he himself had, and that he taught to a generation of athletes. that had no other outcome but for success. As his daughter and his shadow as a kid, I got to be an eyewitness to Coach Welch's success. And tonight, I want to reflect on the invaluable lessons in championship mentality Coach Welch taught to me and countless other players throughout his career that led to so much success on and off the field. The first lesson my dad taught me about coaching was that in order to be a good coach, you had to be a student of the game. You had to be willing to study and learn everything you could about the sport and to keep learning and adapting throughout your career. As a young child, I remember going on many vacations to coaches' conferences, and I would thumb through books on my dad's bookshelf full of basketball plays, diagrams with X's and O's, and coaching philosophies. When he interviewed for the head basketball coach's position at Flora in 1980, he created a booklet for each board member to review before his interview, full of his coaching philosophies and diagrams of the offenses and defenses he would implement if he got the job. While at Flora, Coach Welch created and perfected the shuffle offense and all of its offshoots, which was an offense ahead of its time. And to this day, he teaches that offense to coaches in the area, and high schools try their best to run it. Second, Coach Welch knew that in order to have long-term success, you had to build a program, and every level mattered. When taking over a head basketball program at any school, Coach Welch believed you had to work with all the coaches in your school system, from early elementary to junior high to his JV coaches, to make sure they were all on the same page as to the goals of the program. If a young kid was not that great of a ball player, but his dad was 6'5", do not discourage that kid from playing. The goal was not for him to be a great player when he was 10 years old. Rather, he wanted that kid to keep playing and be a starter when he too was 6'5", his senior year in high school. He was building a program. At each high school game, 2 young boys were selected from the community to be ball boys. It was a coveted thing to do. It was building a program. Summer basketball camps for all age levels were started. Now, summer sports camps are a thing that we kind of all take for granted now, but they were started and implemented by Coach Welch to build the program. Third, Coach Welch believed in team over individuals. Coach Welch believed in his system and his teams. If a player could not play by the rules, no matter how good that player was, he wasn't on the team. If his best player was hot dogging on the court or could not control himself on the court, that player sat the bench. There was nothing more important than the team. One of my favorite coaching stories about my dad highlights this value. Every year, the Illinois Basketball Coaches Association has an all-star game in Peoria, Illinois, where the North all-star basketball players play the South all-star basketball players. As a player, it's a great honor to be nominated as one of these all-stars. The press is there, college scouts are in the stands. It's kind of a big deal. In the early 1990s, Coach Welch was named Coach of the Year for the South. So he was the coach for the South All-Star players. The big star for the South that year was a guy by the name of Tyrone Nesby from Cairo, Illinois. The same Tyrone Nesby who was an All-American player and who ultimately played for the LA Clippers in the NBA. Well, Tyrone was a busy kid, and he couldn't make it to the South team's practices before the big game. So Dad called up a tall player from Massac County who was chosen as an alternate for the All-Star game. Dad had seen this player play during the year while scouting another team. A Can't remember his name, but I know everyone called him Big House. Dad chose Big House to take Tyrone's place on the All-Star team. The day before the big game, Tyrone's parents called and asked if he could still play in the game. My dad said absolutely not. If he could not come to the practices, he could not play in the game. So he had been replaced. Well, the South won the All-Star team that year, or the All-Star game that year, and Big House, the alternate from Massac County, who could make the practices, was named the MVP of the game. Team over individuals. A fourth critical lesson Coach Welch exemplified and taught his players was that there is no substitute for hard work. When you couple a coach who is a student of the game with unmatched work ethic, you win a lot of high school games. Simply put, Coach Welch, his coaching staff, and his players were willing to and did outwork everyone else. Here are some of the things his players heard every day. Be the first to the gym and the last person to leave. If you're sitting around with nothing to do, someone else is out there working harder and getting better than you. Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. The coaching staff's organized effort to prepare the team for each game was unmatched. My dad created a written outline for every single practice, broken down into 10-minute segments for what they were going to do and work on that day. For every basketball game, Coach Welch and his staff prepared a game plan. If there were special plays drawn up on offense or defense for a game, the coaches commenced implementing those plays in practice 2 weeks prior to the game. The day of the game, the boys arrived at the high school before 7 a.m. for pregame, where Coach Welch walked them through that night's game plan one more time. Dad wanted the boys to think about it throughout the day. A large part of Coach's game preparation was scouting. The coaching staff would scout every team before we played them, and they went anywhere and everywhere on non-game nights to scout their opposing teams, no matter the distance they had to travel. And let me tell you, when the Flora coaches were in the house, the opposing teams took notice. I remember a time my dad, assistant coach Dave Hemphill, and I traveled to Madison to watch them play T-Town, a team my dad was scouting for the upcoming regional. Within a couple minutes to go, a timeout was called and we were done. As we crossed the floor leaving the gym, the entire T-Town crowd started chanting at us, "We want Flora! We want Flora!" I heard my dad behind me say under his breath, "You're gonna get us." Because of this hard work and preparation, Coach Welch never went into a game, and I mean never went into a game that he thought that his team was not gonna win. Coach Welch understood the importance of mental preparedness and mental toughness way before its time. I think most of the players here tonight would agree that Coach Welch knew how to motivate them to be the best player they could be and knew how to prepare them for almost every situation they would face in the game. It may be an understatement to say it could be tough at times to play for my dad. He knew that. It wasn't an accident. My grandmother, Coach Welch's mom, used to get a kick out of telling the story of the time she met the Spicer boys. They were thrilled to meet her and told her what a celebrity she was to the basketball players and that they heard for years how accomplished she was. In the real world, Coach Welch had been yelling at them for years in practice to run harder. My mother runs faster than you, and so on. In practice, Coach Welch tried his best to simulate game pressure as much as possible. He wanted to be tough on the players, make it hard for them. If it was hard in practice, the games would be easier and the players could excel. The better the player, the more expectations he had of you, and the tougher he could be on you. Guys, he pushed you to your limits because he wanted you to be everything you could be on the court and in life. Coach Welch wanted his players to be focused on the game and nothing else on game day. There was a curfew the night before the games to get rest and lessen outside distraction. The boys wore blazers and ties to school on game days, and they got up early for pregame before school, so they were reminded that it was game day all day long. During the JV game, the team in their blazers and ties sat at the top of the gym together until they left as a team to go to the locker room. No girlfriends or friends to distract them. It was time to focus on the game. And if the team lost a game, it was a long bus ride in silence home, and they could focus on the game some more. Coach Welch made sure his teams were prepared for each game, that his teams had the mental toughness and focus to play their best every game. And that correlates to winning games. It's a system where your basketball program can improve from a 2-20 record 2 previous seasons to becoming the winningest basketball team in the entire state of Illinois for over a decade. The last winning attribute I will share with you tonight, although there are many others, is that Coach Welch firmly believed his job was not just to win games, but for the players on his teams to become the best young men and women and representatives of their community that they could possibly be. In everything you do not just represent yourself, but your family, your team, and your community. During that first basketball season in 1980-1981, it was like a flip was switched in our community. The excitement for the basketball team was universal and intense. Watch Hoosiers, we lived through it. When the team won the regional title in 1981, the stands emptied, rushing the floor. People had so much adrenaline, they were able to put Tim Stanley on their shoulders and carry him around the floor. My mom and I followed the players' bus home from Effingham that night, and somewhere between Louisville and Flora, cars were lined up on both sides of the road as far as you could see to escort the team back into Flora and have a pep session. My mom honked our horn so much that night, it never worked again. The next week, WNOI played the song Celebration on repeat, matched up with Kenny Wendell's exciting call of the game. The pride of the community exploded. After that, season tickets were sold out each year with a waiting list. Before regional and sectional games, people would be lined up around the school for the entire block, waiting to get into the office to buy tickets for the upcoming game. The street signs in town changed from green and white to orange and blue. And when the packed crowd in the stands yelled in one voice that we are Flora, that was the ultimate success. But most importantly to me, when Coach Welch came home from practice, he was just Dad. And he was a great one. I'm 54 years old now, and I can say that I have gone through every day of my life knowing I have a father who loves and supports me. And then I had 3 kids, and I realized he loved and supported his grandkids more. And I couldn't ask for anything more. Dad, as you stand at this podium tonight, surrounded by your family and friends, former coaches and players, know that your legacy and the lessons you taught us live on through us every single day and will continue to live on for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to formally induct Coach Tom Welch into the Flora High School Hall of Fame.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Since you took most of my speech, I'll go with some other stuff. But first of all, I want to start out and give a heartfelt thank you to Coach McNeely, Bob McNeely, and Dr. Hackney, the school board, and Flora High School for putting on this wonderful celebration and starting this induction into the Hall of Fame, and hopefully it'll carry on for years and years, and that many people will get to enjoy the same thing as the people did up here tonight. And I want to thank my family that's here, Della, my wife of 54 years, am I right? After so many years, it gets a little foggy, but I think we've been married 54 years. Mary Beth, my 3 grandkids, Carter, Abby, and Ollie. Thank you guys for being here. I want to congratulate all of the inductees. I'm very fortunate, Smitty and I are, to have seen all of them play, been involved in their sports in the years that we've been here, since we've been around for so long. It's very good. But I want to start out just tell you a little bit about myself and my upbringing, and I'm very thankful for the time that I grew up. I wouldn't change anything in my lifetime. We grew up in a very simple time. I had wonderful parents that weren't rich, but we weren't really poor either. But I had my grandfather was a World War I veteran. My dad was a World War II veteran. And they never had the opportunity to go to college or anything because they were drafted right out of high school into the war. But in doing that, they learned some valuable lessons that they passed on to me. They learned what it was to make sacrifices. They learned what discipline was about, what respect was about. They learned what it was to be a good team member. They just learned all these things in the military, fighting a war, and they were able to pass those things on to me that I used in my coaching and in my philosophies of life. And they taught us to say please, thank you, yes sir, no sir, Mr. and Mrs. We never called anybody by their first name, but they just taught us to respect our elders. Things that I think are maybe forgotten a little bit now. No one in our family ever went to college except for me. And it wasn't because they weren't smart enough, they just never had the opportunity. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity when I got out of high school to go to college and to follow my dream, and I'm very thankful for that. The other thing is I just grew up in such a wonderful time when we were, and some of you here out here can go along with this. In our household, we had one TV, and it got 4 channels. That's if the wind was blowing right, and you could get the antenna going the right direction. You might be able to get 4 channels. We had one telephone, and we weren't allowed to use that. That was for the adults. We had no air conditioning. We didn't have any Facebook, none of that stuff. When we got up in the morning, we'd have breakfast, we'd go outside to play. And the neighborhood kids would play games, whatever it was. If we only had 2, we might play first bounce and fly or some kind of game. We always had some kind of game going on. And but it was wonderful. We rode our bikes around and
we had neighborhood teams, and back then our travel team was getting on our bikes and going to the north side and play the kids up there, and we did that in all the sports. So we just had a wonderful time growing up. Really, the movie Sandlot, that was us. Minus the dog. I remember the dog us. But that was us growing up. We played all the sports. We were always outside playing, and there was no reason to go inside. I mean, nothing was in there, and we couldn't watch TV. My parents, we didn't have a remote control, and my parents took care of the TV. I didn't have any say in what we were going to watch. So we spent our time out playing, and had a wonderful time, wonderful upbringing. I lived in Peru, Illinois, and had a neighboring city, LaSalle. So it was LaSalle, Peru. Both towns were about 1,200 or 12,500. So, together there was quite a few people there, and had quite a few opportunities. I mean, we had theaters in both towns and swimming pools. We had a skating rink to go to. We just had a lot of things to do. We had a youth center that had dances and so forth. None of them cost very much money because we didn't have any money, but we could go swimming for like a dime, go to the movies for a quarter. The skating rink was maybe 50 cents, 25 cents for your skates, 25 cents to skate. So it was really a wonderful time to grow up. Then as I got up to high school, I went to LaSalle Peru Township High School and was afforded the opportunities there to go to probably again, I'm partial because it's my hometown, but one of the most wonderful schools that I could ever go to, with great coaches, great teachers. LaSalle Peru High School is a school of about 1,600. There were 400 kids in my graduating class, so it was a little bit bigger. We played a little bigger schools, better competition. The teams were better because we had more kids, and it was just a wonderful school. Dell and I got to take a tour of the school 2 years ago when I was inducted into the Hall of Honor at LaSalle Peru, and just the most amazing progressive school I think that I've ever been in. So I was really fortunate to be able to go to that school. The facilities we had an indoor swimming pool, 2 gymnasiums. I mean, we had a lot of facilities and had a band that was, I mean, you think Harry Henry's band was good. I mean, you should have seen the LaSalle Peru band. Just a wonderful school. So again, I had wonderful coaching, got to play on wonderful teams. While I was at LaSalle Peru, I earned varsity letters in 4 sports. And the first one was track. And I only ran track 1 year because the baseball team, we only had 1 baseball team, and freshmen didn't make the baseball team. So I ran track that year, and I ran the mile. I wasn't a sprinter, but I ran the mile and the 800 every meet, which wasn't easy. But anyway, I learned a valuable lesson in running track. First of all, play baseball the next year. That was one thing I learned. But I learned, I actually was a pretty good runner. And what I learned was that when you got tired, you could always do a little more. You could always go a little bit farther. And when you run the mile, when you're done, if you're not laying on the track out of exhaustion, you haven't really run hard enough. And so when I got done running, I was laying on the track because I wanted to win that bad. I didn't always win, but that's how bad I wanted to win. But that's kind of what I carried back into coaching. When you're tired, you can always go a little bit farther. We'd do a hands-up drill at the start of the season where the kids would have to keep their hands up until I told them to drop them. And of course, it wasn't too long before their hands their arms were sore, but they found out they could go a lot farther than what they thought. And I learned that in track. It's a great sport, and we carried that over to our track team. I think our motto there was "Run till you puke" or something like that. We had on our shirts, but we carried that same thing over into track. I played basketball there for 4 years, but now again in a bigger school, we had a freshman team, sophomore team, and then your junior, senior year, you got to play on the varsity. You just kind of work your way up. Rarely did somebody jump a grade. So I played 4 years. I started my junior and senior year. Junior year, we won a regional championship. Senior year, we got beat in the regional by Joliet or some school. I can't remember who it was. I also played football for 4 years, and again played freshman, sophomore, and then your junior and senior year you played varsity. Our freshman year we had 60 kids out for football. Freshmen. We've had a freshman A and a freshman B team, and then of course they dwindled themselves down. So sophomore year just had one team, and then junior and senior team. Junior year I was able to start on that team. We had quite a few seniors, had a really good team, and I was able to start as a corner linebacker, and we went undefeated that year. It was the only undefeated team in the history of LaSalle Peru, and that team was inducted into the LaSalle Peru Hall of Honor in 2022, and I was inducted into that Hall of Fame. They call it the Hall of Honor, which was really an honor for football. So I was all conference my senior year, and really probably was a better football player at that time than a basketball player. But then I had planned on going with my best buddy up to Wisconsin State University to play football after I graduated from high school. But my mom and dad kind of convinced me that, well, why don't you go 2 years to the junior college in town, and then after you graduate from there, we'll let you go where we'll pay for your school wherever you want to go. So I went 2 years to the junior college there, and it's funny because it costs $3 a semester hour. So I went to school for 2 years for $90 a semester, and now it's like 5,000. It's crazy. But living at home, and it was the best. It was the best decision that my parents ever made for me. I loved going to junior college. Anybody that thinks that the junior college system isn't any good is crazy. It's the absolute best. While I was in junior college, they only had one sport, and it was basketball. And I really hadn't planned on playing, but the coach came up and saw me in the hall, and he said, "Hey, you need to come out. We need we need your size. You're 6'5". We can use you on the team." So I decided to go ahead and play. If there was a sport, we played it. So I went out, and we were really good. I mean, we had a All-American kid that came back, had graduated, gone to the Marines, and came back and was playing basketball. And this guy was good. I mean, we lost like 2 or 3 games ranked nationally, and I was the seventh man. I was the first sub off the bench, and it was really good. But it really got me hooked on basketball, and that being the only sport there, I got to play it all the time and played it every night. And after we practiced, we were in a transition period there where we're going from the high school to a permanent campus for the junior college. So they hadn't built a gym yet. So we practiced in an elementary school, like Xenia. That's where we practiced our junior college. We used the walls as out of bounds. Okay. but it didn't make any difference because we just played. And coach would throw out the ball. We'd practice, do this, that, and he'd leave, and we'd stay and play for another hour, just pick up games and stuff. We'd close the door when we left, and we really had a lot of fun. And it really got me hooked on basketball. And so the next year I knew that those kids left, so I knew I'd be a starter. So I started really focusing on basketball, playing every day, just like all the other kids have talked about up here, how they work on different sports. And I really got to be a good basketball player. And sophomore year, of course, I started. It was second leading scorer, leading rebounder, was all conference, and we had a really good team. And again, I can't even remember what our records were, but we were ranked like 15th in the nation JUCO, and we were playing all the Chicago schools, Joliet, Dubuque, Iowa. We were playing big school. I mean, it was a lot of competition. At the same time as I was doing that, I was playing on our town team, which kind of we'd go from one town to another, just kind of pick up a game where you rent the gym and the crew guys would go and play the Iowa guys or whatever. So I was playing when I wasn't playing a junior college game, I was playing a town game. And so I played probably 80 games that year just between the two teams, and I really fell in love with basketball. And so then anyway, after I graduated from junior college, I had an offer out in Gunnison, Colorado, to play basketball. That was really far away. I had met Della by then, and was going with Della. I didn't want to be that far away from home, so I went back to going up to Wisconsin State Platteville. With my best buddy was up there on the football team, and the idea was I was going to play football and basketball up there. But football was the first season, so played football up there and just walked on and ended up playing center. They started me out playing corner linebacker and stuff, and but the coach wanted a tall center because the quarterback, he didn't want the quarterback to have to scoot down too low. The quarterback on that team led the nation in total offense that year. So he put me in at center. I started every game at center, and got my brain speed out every time I snapped the ball. But we really had a good team, had a good time. So then they decided they're going to put out-of-state tuition in, okay, which really jacked the price up of going to school there. So Mom and Dad thought it was a real good idea to transfer back to Illinois, which was a very good decision on their part. So I transferred back to Illinois State and graduated from Illinois State. But Illinois State at that time was the teachers' college in the state of Illinois, and all the placement services went through Illinois State. So I was very fortunate to move back there and to graduate from Illinois State. The next part here was that I wanted to talk about was having a plan. From the time I was a young kid, when I was in 7th, 8th grade, I had a PE teacher by the name of Mr. Alpert. And Mr. Alpert was a nice guy. He coached all the sports and taught PE. And I thought, man, I'd like to be like Mr. Alpert. I could do that. I think that'd be fun. I mean, teach all the play games. And I mean, that's all. I love to do that. That was my life. So I thought, man, that'd be really, really cool to do that. So from the time I was like in junior high, I had a plan that I never wavered from. I mean, most people, they go through life, they don't know what they want to do, this, that, or they change this or that. I never did that. I was fortunate that I always had a plan of what I wanted to do, and I got to live my dream for 35, 40 years, whatever, however many years I taught and coached. It was what I always wanted to do. And when I retired, I didn't count the days till I retired. I just retired. But I enjoyed enjoyed my job, enjoyed what I was doing, enjoyed the kids that I was coaching, and was real fortunate to be able to do that. Next thing is I found out real early that hard work pays off. And when I student taught at Princeton High School. And while I was there in the fall semester. I helped coach the football team, and then after football was over, I helped coach with the basketball team for nothing until my student teaching was done. And I had a real good teacher that helped me there. But just so happens, and I graduated in January, because when you transfer back to Illinois State, you have to be there a year before you can student teach. So I was going to graduate in January. Well, teaching jobs don't come open very often in January. They're mostly open at the end of the year for the next year. But just so happened a job opened up in Foreston, and I got the bulletin on that, and I sent my resume up there to the guy, and I got a call from him that he wanted me to come up and take the job. Didn't even interview me. And he said, I want you to come up. He said, I talked to the principal or the superintendent at Princeton is a good buddy of mine. And I called him and he gave you a great recommendation. So we want you to come up here and teach. So before I even graduated, I had a job at Forreston High School. Well, I got that job because I went the extra mile when I was student teaching, and I impressed that superintendent. Just so happened that superintendent was good buddies with the superintendent that was doing the hiring. So I was at Forreston for 4.5 years, and I coached 3 sports there. I coached assistant football, or I was assistant varsity football, assistant basketball, and head baseball. Well, I kind of thought, well, I want to be a head basketball coach. So the job opened up in the neighboring school district of Lanark. Again, the 2 superintendents were good buddies. They were neighboring school districts. This superintendent asked that superintendent. This superintendent gave me a great recommendation because I'd been coaching 3 sports and doing everything I could to be a good teacher. So I got a job at Lanark. Okay. So then I went to Lanark and coached 3 sports there. I was baseball, head basketball, head baseball, assistant football. Okay. Then, anyway, the next part goes to being in the right spot, at the right time, taking a chance. After my last year at Lanark, the team was 24-7. We had a really good team, really good group of kids, but my top 6 kids were seniors. And I didn't have much behind them. So I knew if I was going to move, that was probably a good time to do that. So I started looking around, and lo and behold, the job opens up here at Flora. And I don't know if you've ever lived in northern Illinois. Lanark is up in the northwest corner of the state, and it's cold. I mean, it gets snow and it stays there all year long, or all winter long, and it's cold up there. So we thought, well, if we're going to move, let's move south. So Flora kind of fit that bill. Lanark was a school of 200. Flora at that time was a school of about 450. So I thought, well, that's a nice size school. Surely there's got to be some basketball players with 450 students. So I came down and interviewed. And I did do a little check, and I knew Flora wasn't very good, but I thought, 2-20, I can surely win 4 games, double it out. I did have confidence that I could do that. And so I came down here for an interview, and I remember plain as day coming down for the interview, and Floyd Henson was the superintendent, and Ed Coleman the principal, and the school board was there, and the school board was interviewing me, and they'd go around, and each one of them asked a question. And then Steve Swaniger was on the school board, and Steve was from Indiana, and Steve was the one that was the pusher behind wanting a good basketball program, because he was from an area in Indiana where they had good basketball, and he wanted a good basketball program to go along with the good football program we already had. So they go around, and like Mary Beth said, I had a handout with all my philosophies and rules and all that stuff. So they were pretty impressed before I even got there. They started asking different questions, and then come to Steve, and all Steve would say is, "Can you beat Lawrenceville?" And I knew Lawrenceville was good, but I said, "Well, yeah, we can beat Lawrenceville." They'd go around the table again, come to Steve and say, "But can you beat Lawrenceville?" And I said, "Well, yeah, I thought sometime or another, might not be, I didn't tell them when." And I said, "Yeah, we could beat Lawrenceville." So they hired me, and you know, I want to thank that. Here, I'll throw out some names here. Here's the guys who are on that school board: Steve Swaniger, Al Winka, Harold Brooks, Jim Klein, Jan Seigel, Claire Land, and Kent Warren. They were the ones that hired me to come down here, and along with Floyd Henson was superintendent, Ed Coleman principal, Larry Reinhardt was the athletic director. And they welcomed me in and let me run the program. They changed everything. They changed it, because before I got down here, after the basketball season was over, they took the baskets down. They had baskets in the gym that kind of came off of the wall, and one that went into the floor. They took them down. They didn't put the baskets back up until the next basketball season started. Well, that meant the kids couldn't play. Okay. Well, when Steve got here, that changed. Okay. All of a sudden, he said, "Well, yeah, we're keeping those baskets up, or after graduation, we'll put them back up for you." They allowed the kids back into the building. Mr. Coleman, who was the principal, if he was in his office, he worked all summer. If he was in his office, the gym was open. The gym was open. We could come in and play anytime we wanted to. The kids could come. I didn't even have to be there. The kids could just go in and play. Well, that changed everything. Now all of a sudden, Billy Harrell had a place to play. Darrell Cox had a place to play. Tommy Ferguson didn't have to hide out and shoot over at Lincoln School. He could come in and use the high school. They had access to the facilities, and that's what changed the program around. They allowed me to use the facilities and for the kids to practice. So and again, Steve Swaniger was the one that really swung that. So I really thank him, and I really thank Mr. Coleman for the support he showed to the program. He worked so hard. You don't realize how hard it was when we started selling out games, and we'd have selling regional and sectional tickets, and people would be like, we'd sell them on Saturday morning at 8 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock, people would be out there with their coffee cups lined up around the building waiting to get tickets. And the demand was just so high for tickets. It was unbelievable. And when I took that job, I had a team meeting. Della and I came down to Flora to look for a place to live, and I had an opportunity to have a team meeting with the guys that were going out next year. Now, when you have a team meeting like this, everybody in school shows up. They get out of the class, so they're not going out. They're not going out, but everybody shows up for the meeting anyway. And I went over all the rules. And I told them they were going to wear sport coats. They were going to get their hair cut. One thing I couldn't promise the school board any number of wins. But I could promise the school board that the team would represent the community with pride and with respect. And part of that was looking good and having pride in yourself. When Flora walked into the building, people knew it. When we left the building, people knew it because we looked good and we were disciplined. We left as a team, we came in as a team. And believe me, when those guys got up and left, everybody was watching them go. And that's something I'm always really proud of, is that how well the kids represented the community, myself, and the basketball program. So anyway, I had a meeting, went over the rules and so forth, and immediately I had two kids. One said, "I'm not getting my hair cut." One said, "I'm not wearing a sport coat." Well, one kid was a starter the year before, and another one was one of the best athletes we had. So I found out they weren't going to play, and the reasons why. And I thought to myself, well, you know, they were 2-20 with those guys. We can surely be 2-20 without them. So we didn't change our rules. Those two guys didn't play, and it all worked out fine because at that point, I didn't know about Billy Harrell, Mike Burgess, Darryl Cox, Tom Ferguson, and Tim Stanley. I didn't know those guys. I didn't know why. I didn't know they were going to be on my team. I didn't know how good they were and how hard they would work and dedicate themselves to being a winner. And these are kids that were their freshman, sophomore, junior year, were 2-20, but were willing to make the sacrifices they needed to become great players. And if I'd have had those guys for 4 years, I mean, I don't know how good we could have been, because they were good. I mean, Billy Harrell's the best point guard or one of the best that we ever had. Of course, Tim was one of the best post guys. Tom Ferguson could shoot. Darryl Cox was so good. After he graduated, he'd come back in and play alumni games on Saturday. We never could stop him. I don't know how many times I yelled at our guys for, "You let that old man beat you that easy?" Because we never could stop him. But those were the kids that I had that first year. And by the end of the year, we got to be pretty good. Our record wasn't as good as what we were because we lost some games early. But we go into that first regional, first game, T-Town. Lawrence Carey's last game as a coach. We beat them. The regional is at St. Anthony. We played St. Anthony the second game, beat them by 2 points. We played Newton in the championship game, and they're like 24-6. So they had a really good team. We ended up beating them by 2 points, win the first regional in 20 years. Bob Palace was on the team that won the regional before that one, 20 years earlier. So it was quite a thrill, and it really lit the community up. I mean, I can remember coming back after the game. Andy Knapp's folks fed us at the truck stop up in Effingham, and they got everything organized and the bus on the way back. I mean, we had a caravan coming back. I bet it was 4 miles long, just people following the bus. When we got back, the fire trucks were there, and Harry had the band assembled down at the auditorium. We had an immediate pep session after the regional, and it really just set the trend. And those guys really set the bar high. And again, when I took that job, I had no idea those guys were there. All I knew is they were 2-20 2 years before. But with a little bit of discipline and guidance and focus and hard work, those guys went from 2-20 to winning the regional, and then the next year winning over 20 games. So again, I was just very fortunate have those kind of kids around. Then, you know, from there, and I'm just going to read you some names here. And you just, the good players that we had. Mark Stanley, Kevin Callplaisir, Darren Sheehan, the Leeds, Phil Curtis and Greg, Dave Gitch, Steve Greger, Tim and Jim Locum, Tim Pierce, Todd Easton was a great player. Hank Hillmans, probably the strongest 6-foot kid I've ever seen. Hank was a center, like 6 foot, and I don't know, you guys probably all know Clem, a lot of you know Clem, but Hank could get that foot behind that guy, that center, and he'd be pushing him. The guy'd be about 4 foot off of the lane. He was just so strong. He'd get the ball and he'd fake till the guy'd get up in the air, and then he'd jump up into him and make the free throw and get a 3-point play. He had more 3-point plays before it was ever invented. But he was just a great player. But then we got Michael Powell, Tim Hubble, great player, George Thompson, Chad Thompson, Chad LeProne, Joe Pallas, Mike Milner, David Wolf, Andy Fehrenbacher, Randy Owens, Steve Stringer, Clay Reagan, Heath Harrell, the Spicers, Aaron and Ryan, John Hurleman, Brian Delaney, Tate Eskew. I mean, that's just some of them. That's just some of the great players that we had. I mean, we were so blessed. Winning got to be such a habit that people just expected us. They didn't realize the greatness that they were seeing because it was just, oh, they won again. Nobody even got excited till we won a regional. I mean, winning just became a habit, and people got pretty complacent. But we had a lot of good players. You know, after those guys, all of a sudden, we have 359 wins, 113 losses, 7 NEC championships. You don't realize how hard it is to win an NEC championship. You're talking Salem, Mount Carmel, Albany, Carmi, Fairfield, Red Hill, Lawrenceville. Had to play them twice a year, home and away. So you had to play 14 games to win conference. You only have to play 3 to win the regional. So conferences were really tough to win. We won 7 of them. We won 11 regionals, 4 sectionals, 1 super sectional. We won 11 regionals in 14 years. From 81 to 84, we won 11 regionals in 14 years. Okay? Since that time, 30 years, we've won 4 regionals and 1 sectional. Okay, so over a 30-year period. 20 years before that, we haven't won any. That's just how good those guys, just how good we were. I mean, everybody hated us. I mean, we had rivalries with Fairfield, Carmi. Everybody hated us because we beat them all the time. And we had 12 win seasons out of 13. And we won 19 that year. And the only reason we didn't win 20 was because Tim Hubble got hurt the 3rd game of the season and didn't come back until the regional, or we'd had 25 wins that year. I mean, we just had great kids, great program, great community. When I look here at just some of the memories, you know, the sold out gyms, standing in line for tickets. I remember going to Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville was undefeated my first 2 years here. But we were pretty good, and they knew it. And the first time we went over to Lawrenceville, we get there, JV game started at 6:30, so we get there probably 5:30 or so. By the time the bus gets there, the line is out the door, down the block, down 2 blocks this way, waiting for tickets to get into the gym. I mean, I'd never seen that before. So what happened was the Lawrenceville people got all the tickets. Because by the time our people got off of work and got over there, it'd be 6 o'clock, 6:30, while the place was sold out already. So when we were getting ready to play them at our place, we said, okay, well, we don't want people coming over that can't get a ticket, so we'll pre-sell the tickets. And the janitors went in and painted all the seats, and we sent Lawrenceville 200 tickets. Well, Lawrenceville will bring 1,000 people. They'd bring buses and everything else over. Well, we told them, no, there's no sense coming over because the tickets are all sold. Here's your 200, and we gave you had to give like 10%, and the gym hold maybe 2,000. So we gave them 200 tickets. Well, they didn't like that. They had people coming over at lunchtime, paying our kids to go in and buy them a ticket. So that's kind of started the rivalry, and it got so crazy. Willie Thompson was the chief of police back then, and Ron Felling never rode the bus. He always came in a car, a big Cadillac one of his buddies had, and Ron would ride over in the car behind the bus. Okay, well, we talked about having Willie pull the car over when they came into town. because we knew if he pulled them over, there'd be booze in there, and we just not let Ron come to the game. Then they'd be really bad. Well, we scratched that idea, but we did think about it. And Willie was gonna do it, but we scratched that idea, and we played them to 5 points. Again, they were undefeated, and one of the things I remember, we were beating them for part of the game so forth, and Darren Sheehan made a half-court shot to put us ahead at halftime. And of course, the gymnasium was sold out. I mean, you weren't going to seat anywhere. And when he made that shot, it's, you ever heard raise the roof? I mean, the place, everybody just jumped up. It was like the roof was going to fly. It was so loud in that gymnasium when he made that shot. And anyway, it's just kind of a memory. And they came back and they stalled at the end, and we couldn't get the ball out of Marty Simmons' hand. So they ended up beating us by 5, but we gave them a scare. Of course, Harry Penry and the pep band, and we had a routine where we'd come out to Rocky, and then they'd play Celebration, and we'd come out to Rocky, and back then we had kids who could dunk the ball, and you're not supposed to dunk the ball, but the referees were over there, and we'd have Stump or somebody stand here. If they saw the referees come out, they'd signal us, and we'd say, no more dunking. But Harry'd start playing Rocky, and our guys would be jamming the ball, and the whole place was just going crazy, and it was quite a time. I mean, it's something that maybe you will never, the times that there is now will probably never be duplicated. Maybe if we have a state championship team, I don't know. But it was just a time period that probably never ever be duplicated again. The pep rallies we had, our first regional win, playing in Assembly Hall, obviously one of the greatest thrills any coach or player can have. It's a goal that you set that not very many get to, and we should have made it next year. Got beat on a half court shot. I missed free throw on a half court shot, but that was a lot of fun. Our conference rivalries with Carmine and Fairfield. I remember the one year we played. Carmine had a really good team, and we played them 4 times. We played them twice in the conference. We played them in the Carmine Tournament Championship, and we played them in the sectional, and beat them all 4 times. All close games. Well, when they came to Flora, the place was packed. It was sold out, loud. You couldn't hear a thing. So it gets down. All the games were close, but like I said, they had a really good team. So it gets down to the last second, and Todd Rice from Carmine shoots it and makes it, and it would have put them up by 1 point. But it was so loud in there, you couldn't hear the horn. And the referees had no idea whether it was good, bad, whatever it was. So they look over to the bench at our sport people, Cecil Jones, and Cecil goes, I mean, if Cecil would have said it was good, we'd have choked him. He goes, no. Well, I doubt he could hear it. But anyway, the referees go, no good, they're gone. The referees are out of there. People from Carmine are jumping over the rail and everything else because we beat them. But it was quite a thing. After that, we got Cecil starter pistol. Okay, because it was so loud. So at the end of the game, Cecil would shoot the starter pistol, and you could obviously hear that. Okay, but the last time we used that, and I can't remember who we were playing, but anyway, Cecil sitting here at the bench. Right next to him is Mick Peterson and the coaches. Well, Mick's kind of leaning over like this, watching the game. And Cecil was sitting going like this. Cecil puts the gun out like this. And he shoots that sucker right in Mick's ear. I mean, that thing flew. Mick couldn't hear for a month. But Cecil blew that gun. So we thought maybe we'll get an air horn. So we switched to an air horn. But those are just some of the crazy things that go on. When we really had, when we had the NEC, and it's something that we really miss tonight. They don't have the rivalries that we had for years of playing in all the sports, football, basketball, baseball. It was quite a big thing, and I was glad that I got to coach in that. Shootouts. Back then, the idea when shootouts started, the idea was to play somebody really good that you don't have a chance to play for. Back in those days, we were playing for state ranking. And we weren't just playing to win a game. We were playing for state ranking to be the number one team in the state. So we always wanted to play somebody else. We played Jesse Hawley, St. Louis Assumption, played Norris City when they were ranked 1 or 2 in the state and undefeated. We brought teams down from Chicago that were state ranked. So that was the idea. Now they just kind of play games, but that was the idea originally of shootout, was to get good teams together and let them play once, and you didn't have to play them again. So anyway, we played Springfield Calvary when Jim Drew coached there, and they had Sloan play for them. One of them we played was Chicago St. Benedict. They came down from Chicago. They had a kid by the name of Ford, was an all-stater. They had a really, really good team. They came down and played us. There was Jim Locum and Tim Hubble and those guys were playing. I mean, we just played really well. We drained more teams. I mean, just Hubble and Jim were just knocking them down. And I looked down at Jim made a 3, and I looked down the bench, and all their players were going like this. They were ready to answer for another 3. And so anyway, we beat them pretty good. And on Monday, I called the coach to say, hey, did you enjoy it? Have a good time? Everything go all right? He was telling me, that they really had a good time, and that he was talking to his players on the way back on the bus, and he said the kids were really excited. He said, Coach, that was just like playing in Hoosiers. They weren't used to those big crowds. The band and everything was going. That was just like the movie Hoosiers. So we got a kick out of that. But anyway, we had a lot of proud moments. I'm very proud of the basketball program. I'm proud of the people we turned out, the kids that played basketball, that were coaching. Phil's been coaching for 25 years. Greg's been coaching for 25 years, or more than that. But we've had a lot of people come out and get into the profession themselves, and we're really, really proud of that. Okay, enough about basketball. I want to give a shout out to the other state teams that I coach. I want to give a shout out to the 202 baseball team, regional, sectional, super sectional champs, only baseball team ever to qualify for state. Jordan Tolliver, Derek Nathier, Chris State, Aaron Easton, Travis Reinhardt, Sterling Steele, Justin Cook, Chad Williams, Josh Gibbs. That was my last year to coach basketball, or coach baseball. I was ready to get out. It was getting towards the end of my teaching and stuff. But I had coached these kids for 4 years, and I knew they were great kids. They were actually kids that were baseball players. They weren't basketball players playing baseball. They were baseball players. They loved baseball. So I thought, well, I'll come back one more season and coach these kids till they graduate. And we weren't playing very well. We had a disadvantage of we didn't start until later. We didn't have our baseball field was dirt, so it was always wet. It took 2 days to dry. We didn't have the facility that they have now. So it took us a while to get started and get the kids in shape and arms and so forth. For schools like Louisville and then they play in the spring, they've already played a season. They know what's going on. But anyway, we got better towards the end of the year. We had a little come to Jesus meeting, and they started playing a little better after that. When we get to the end of the year, just one story on that team. Jordan Tolliver obviously carried us. We had other good players, but Jordan carried us. And Jordan was our pitcher. Didn't have pitching out in that. And we just kind of went, you pitch, and then you get off for a couple of days, and then you can pitch again, and so forth. Well, it just so happened in that tournament that first game Jordan didn't pitch, next game he pitched, then it rained. So we didn't play for 3 days. So Jordan pitched again. And then by golly, it rained. Jordan pitched again. Then it rained. So we go to the super sectional. Guess who's pitching? Jordan. Okay, so we're playing Tuscola. Tuscola was 28-2. We show up the game. They have 10 buses. I mean, they got people everywhere. They got their rooms reserved with state. They're ready to go. And we come in there, and we were maybe 16 or 11 or something like that. But we were playing pretty good. So we start the game, and Jordan, it took a while to do stuff. They scored 2 runs the first inning. So we're thinking, oh, geez, our fans are yelling and screaming over there. Well, after that, it was like a perfect storm. Jordan shut them out the rest of the game. Every ball we hit a line. I mean, the tier hits one, he's right-handed batter, hits one right on the left field line. Cookie lays down a bunt, rolls all the way down, right on the line. I mean, it was like a perfect storm. We short gamed them 5 innings, beat them 12-2. Needless to say, they weren't happy with that. But it was just a perfect example of you never know. Go and play your best. You know, even if a team is better than you, you only have to beat them once. And anybody can win on any given day. And that was the case right there where when we beat a team that was 28-2, and it was just we played a perfect game. So that was quite a deal, quite a thrill with that team. So that's baseball. And then we go to golf. I want to give a shout out to the 1987 golf team, which qualified for state, finished 11th in the state. It's the only team that ever, from Florida, that's ever qualified for state. That was Rob Stokey, Dennis Collins, Blaine Henson, Shannon Hosick, Jeff Kirk, and Tony Fehrenbach. And those kids can really play. golf wasn't so much me coaching. You had to learn that during the summer and learn a lot of that on your own. But those kids worked hard, and I coached that team in the state. Then, last but not least, was our track team that Mary Beth mentioned. That we won the only girls sectional track team first place it's ever been won, and maybe will ever be won at Flora High School. They have a pretty good track program now, so they may be able to do that. But again, we had Mary Beth was on there, Joanne Herring, Stacy Pierce, Sherry Paul Glazer, Jeannie Potter. And we got into a situation there where the girls could run 4 events. And I think we won almost, if not but maybe one. We won every event that they were in. We didn't get any second places or thirds or whatever, but we got first place in all those events. I Mary Beth got that first in the shot put. Joanne was in the long jump, and Stacy Pierce the high jump. And then they all got together in relays, and we won that sectional. We went up to Decatur. Decatur had what we called Decatur Area Best, where they got the top 10 times from all over the Decatur area, big schools, little schools, and they invited them to a track meet. So we went up there with our mile relay team, and dang if we didn't win it. And that was, that was all schools, big schools, everything, and we beat them. And Joanne went on to run track at Eastern. She was the driving force there, but we had some other kids around them. So a shout out to that team. Last of all, I want to thank all the coaches that helped me along the way. I had the best coaching staff a person could ask for. I mean, at one time I had Dale Henson, and Andy Knapp, and Travis White, and we probably had the best coaching staff in the state of Illinois. Just all guys who were dedicated. We all had the same goal, which was to win at the varsity level. The JV coaches never knew who they were going to have to play, but it didn't matter. They just took whoever they had and played with them. And just a great group of coaches. Some of the other, Dale Henson, Dale was a great coach. Walt Steele helped us, Ted Whitehead, Bob Pearson, Doug Slagley, Lowell Pemberton, Mick Peterson, Rick Porter. They all played a big part in the success of the team. They all had great work ethic, loved working with the kids, were loyal to the program. And I can't leave this section without giving a shout out to my two buddies who did this every night for nothing. But they were there every day, went to the game, went scouting with us. And that's Dave Hemphill, who's sitting over there, and Harold Hilliard, who is not with us anymore. But those guys put in, I mean, they were there every day, everywhere the day we were there. And one of the other things I'm very proud of, we talked about hard work and dedication and stuff. In the 16 years that I coached basketball, I never missed one practice, never missed one game. And I was always there a half an hour early, and I was always the last one to leave the gym. But that's something my parents taught me. So just to finish, let me say this. Be thankful for what you have. I sure was. Have a plan. Focus on your goals. You'll need to make some adjustments along the way, but have a plan. I had a plan from the time I was in 7th grade. Work hard. Go the extra mile. Be ready when your opportunity comes, and don't be afraid to take that opportunity. Always look good. Be on time. Be polite, and respect others. And I think if you do that, you'll always be successful. Thank you.
guys are real troopers. Our church service, I think, starts about 3 hours. You guys want to stick around. We've got a pretty good worship band. Hey, again, it was an honor and a privilege to be a part of this. This morning was really cool. I got to sit in there and just listen to 8 legends, Hall of Famers, talk about history. And it was a real joy for me to see Friday night those 8 walk to the 50-yard line and have a huge crowd applaud them for their legacy they left behind at Flora. It was an honor for me to look in that tent that Mary Beth and Tom set up, and Della, for all the alumni. And I wasn't in there a lot, but when I was, just loved hearing the stories. And you could see the camaraderie, you could see the close-knit family of basketball brothers that existed there. I will also say I'd like to thank the basketball team that played for Tom and how they opened their arms to Laura and Lacey as well, and made them feel included in the whole process. But you guys have been tremendous to work with. I do have the honor and the privilege of wrapping this up with a legend sitting here, Smitty. Lindell, but who calls him Lindell? I mean, his mom probably didn't call him Lindell after the first month of life. But he's 42 years ago. That's when I first encountered him, and I had heard about him. Everybody was talking about Smitty this and Smitty that. And I was in junior high, 6th grade, and kids were, hey, Smitty's here, Smitty's here. I'm like, who is this Smitty? Everybody keeps bragging about, and it wasn't too long after that I heard the roar of a Harley. And it was like a scene out of Days of Thunder. The sun was behind him, and he had the old Harley jacket on and a Superman t-shirt. And I go, hey, this must be Smith. This is Louisville. Who else rides a Harley and wears a Superman t-shirt? This has got to be this guy. And what I found out is I didn't know he was in the Marine Corps, but he definitely had a Marine Corps look about him. And I kind of compared him to Tim Stanley earlier as far as he's gruff on the outside, and you're thinking, man, I don't know, I don't want to get on the wrong side of this guy. But what you find out real quick is he's a welcoming person. You find out real quick that he's engaging. He makes you feel as though you've known him for years and years and years. That's one of his many good characteristics. But I told you that I got to meet him when I was in junior high, and then fast forward to 1988, my senior year in high school. Unlike the Hall of Famers that we're celebrating, especially our 6 athletes, and throw Coach Welch in there as well. He was a really good athlete. I think Smitty was a really good athlete too. At least he tells me on our car rides to football games that he was. But I wasn't a great athlete. I loved sports, and I played everything that was available at North Clay, and just had a great time. But end of my senior year, basketball-wise, I played on a bad team, and I contributed to the badness of that team. I started for about the first third of the season, and the coach saw the writing on the wall. Let's start building for next year. And I wasn't happy about it at the time, but as a coach now, I look back and it's a pretty good move, because North Clay went on a roll there for a few years after that. But I didn't have a great senior year, and it was hard sitting on the bench and watching others play. And then at the end of the year, Smitty always did this write-up, and he would write up a senior spotlight type of thing for seniors graduating. And I just remember, and I have it laminated, and I have it in my scrapbook, and I'm just paraphrasing, because it was a nice little write-up for a nobody like me. And at the end of it, he just said, Bobby lost a starting job in playing time for most of his senior year, but most of the kids his age today would have quit. I don't know what Bobby's going to do for a career after high school. I just hope it has something to do with working with kids and coaching. And my dad was pushing me into computers. I had a great mentor in Ron Reed, and then Smitty with that article was kind of the last piece of encouragement. I've never told him this, but that said, you know what, I think maybe coaching is for me. If you can't play, maybe you can coach a little bit. And so one of his gifts is when he looks through the lens of his camera, he sees kids, not how they are in that moment. What he sees through that lens is what that kid could be one day. And he saw something special in me that I didn't see in myself. And, it changed my life, because when you look at it now, the relationships that I have with former players, I was kidding earlier, it's true. I didn't marry Lacey. I officiated her wedding with her and Matthew, but I also married, 10 other of my basketball girls. And, I wouldn't be able to say that if it wasn't for people like Smitty and his encouragement to get into coaching and to teaching. And so I value that very much so. I think I'm the only one that really paid attention to my own rule, the 10 minutes. So I apologize to everybody else. But you know what? I'm not complaining, because this only happens once in your life. And, we kid around with Mac and other people on how long they typically talk. And, I had him go last because when they dedicated the gym in 2012, I wasn't sure if he'd be done with his speech yet for tonight. So anyway, 42 years ago, as I mentioned, I see a man larger in life on a Harley and a Superman t-shirt. And I can tell you 42 years ago, I never thought or dreamed that I would be chauffeuring him to football games on Friday nights, talking about life, talking about religion, talking about sports. I never dreamed 42 years ago as a junior high kid at North Clay that I would have the opportunity to introduce a legend that has influenced not hundreds but thousands of kids through the years, and like me have become better for it. I didn't think 42 years ago that I'd have the honor and the privilege of standing up here today, calling Lyndall Smitty Smith a good friend, and he calling me one as well. So at this time, before I embarrass myself any further with weepiness, I would like for Smitty to come forward, please, at this time.
Okay, before I start my speech, and just so you know, I had a friend of mine, some of you may know him, Larry McGrew. He gave me some bullet points. So get ready. It won't take long. And like he said, we do have cookies and donuts here for church, so you'll be able to be fed here in a little bit. I also thought of something, somebody mentioned downtown line and his things that he says and you want to ponder. So think about this. If I had gone first, then wouldn't this already be over and would all be home? Maybe, maybe not. The other thing, I got to get out here where you can see me real good, because you heard him say this several times. Coach McGrew said, man-child, built like a Marine. Here you go, 3 years. Now you know why everybody was afraid of him. If they hit him, they was afraid he'd break a hip, and they knew he couldn't get up and down the court. So that's why Larry used that expression. Anyway, now let me go to what's written, because I'm not too good at extemporaneously. I remember that from speech class. Okay. First, let me say, I'm truly honored to be named to the Flora High School Hall of Fame. I'm also a person who believes my God has a great sense of humor. Let me explain. I received this honor because of coverage from Flora High School. I left journalism school at SIU Edwardsville due to the great ice storm of 1987. When you reach a certain age, you're allowed to say things like great this or great that. Now, new owners had just bought the daily Clay County Advocate Press. I applied there, but was told they were completely staffed and didn't need anybody. Devastated, I applied for a job at AMF in Albany and was hired. I decided to visit my journalism teacher at OCC the same day I was hired as a welder. Good money. And while we were visiting, she said, if you're interested, we have a place here for a general assignments reporter, but we can't pay what they're offering. With an offering like that, I started down a road of poverty pretty much has followed me ever since. I had a chance to go from general assignments to sports when IBCA Hall of Fame sports writer Harry Hillis opted to retire. I covered Albany and Noble. The publisher at the Daily Mail suggested that the best way to expand the ODM's coverage was to send me to Clay City to cover high school sports. I was also on one side of the field when Tim's there someplace, or has he already gone home? There he is, yeah. When Tim Stanley played in football, and I was on the home side of the court when Tim Stanley played basketball that year. Once again, that was God's sense of humor, seeing Tim Stanley from both sides of the field. For some reason, Mick Peterson was at a Noble basketball game, and during it, we had a chance to talk. He asked me why, living in Flora, I was working in Albany. I related my attempt to get hired, and he said, okay. Very little time passed before I got a call from Jack Thatcher, one of the owners of the Daily Clay County Advocate Press. We met, and he concluded his part of the meeting with, we would like to hire you, but we can't pay you what the Daily Mail is. Yeah, you got it. Fallen for that line once before? I immediately said yes. Now, God's sense of humor with the fact that I'm getting this award was that Jack was very straightforward when I took the job. He told me, I'm a graduate from Harder Township High School and have lived through 2 20-2 seasons. I'm going to cover Flora now, and now that we are 20-2 instead of 2-20, I'm hiring you to cover North Clay City and Sisney. Flora Wolves basketball, varsity basketball, and football will be covered by myself and Mara Haycock. My son Jay will be taking pictures. Once again, God's sense of humor. I wasn't even hired to cover Flora. Jack said I could do the minor sports. You two ladies, this is his words, not mine. Minor sports like fresh soft basketball, girls basketball, wrestling, and all the spring sports. I love being busy, so that helped fill my schedule and got me out of the house to keep my marriage solid. There's nothing worse than being married to a smart aleck and trapped in the evening. Anyway, Jack and I traversed the handoff a little bit until Jack passed football to me entirely. A few years later, so Jay would begin college, he allowed me to start covering Flora games. Things went along for decades until they changed. Jack retired, and we went through several publishers at the Advocate Press. The last publisher I worked for was given a mandate from the corporate office owning the Advocate Press. Start charging for obituaries and wedding announcements. I had a big problem with that, so I turned in my resignation. I agreed to work until I filed the last football story for the season, and then it was time to go. During the football season, I put feelers out to some other papers, including the Hometown Journal, which simply said, we don't need you. Okay. I was looking at the end of 23 years of journalism, possibly becoming a greeter at Walmart. I don't think they have them since that time, but never mind. My future was more than a little uncertain as the curtain began to fall when Danny Fender, owner of the Clay County Republican, came into the office and asked if I knew anybody interested in buying his paper. Danny was recovering from a heart issue and looking to move out of the print grind. I talked to Mabel, and she said that it was that important to me. Remember that if it was that important to me, she would sign the papers. Yeah. Anyway, I called Danny and started working for him in November. Working for Danny meant covering North Clay High School. So again, a wedge. God's sense of humor was driven between myself and Flora High School. It's really not that long. I just typed real big so I could see it. I honored what Danny wanted, even though I continued to attend FHS games whenever the North Clay wasn't playing. I think Weeze and I sat on the stage at North Clay at that regional game that we won't talk about so that you don't get hit. Anyway, and I stayed that way, and she heard this today, until the spring, after Brian had left and taken a position at Fairfield newspaper. See, Fairfield steals everything good from us. Anyway, 4 Wolf Gals with Lacey Briscoe on the mound earned a state ranking. We're scheduled to play the KC Warriors in Flora. Coverage or not, I was going to see that game. Now, at the time, the Wolf Gals played on the Eastern Diamond, and it's a large diamond, and it was packed. I mean, there was people all around the stadium diamond, including Jack Thatcher, who really didn't believe in women's athletics. Anyway, the only person that was missing there was the person who took Brian's place at the Advocate Press. I went home from that game, talked to my wife, and decided that now the Clay County Republican was going to cover Clay County, and that these teams deserved better coverage than what they were getting. So I was going to expand the coverage. I was going to do the entire county. God's sense of humor and Lacey Briscoe are 2 of the reasons why I'm getting this award. I feel fortunate to have had connection with each of the people seated here. Like I said, I got to watch Tim Stanley from both sides of the field and love the competitor I saw. I mean, like that, this was a guy that could swat most people and they'd be dead. And he played under control. He was a big man who was soft in the post. I mean, never knocked somebody down just turning around. I mean, it was fun to watch. But it was, when he got into track, I was just amazed by his speed. I mean, trust me, before we had the lenses we have now, when you're shooting 225 pounds of pure muscle coming down the field, the track at about 11.4, and you're standing there at the end line getting ready to take his picture with a 50-millimeter lens, that's terrifying. That's just flat scary. But it's just the way he was, and he just competed at everything. Then he went off to the U of I and was home one summer. He came to the gym where he both crushed me and just thrilled me, all with the same thing. He took 225 off the squat rack. We used to have one of the step-down squat racks where you had to take it off and move. He took that off, and I thought, God, yes, they do squats at the U of I. He backed out, and I told him how thrilled I was, and he went, we don't do squats at the U of I. My God, no wonder they don't do well. Then he goes outside on our driveway,
He's got 2 1/4 on his back, and he's doing walking lunges up and down the tarmac. I mean, it's like, no, that's just nuts. Do squats, it's easier. Anyway, he was so much fun and such a gentleman, always been a gentleman. I got to see the privilege of seeing this guy over here on both sides of the fence too. I knew Coach Welch from basketball. I loved his intensity. And he's one of them that I knew early. I don't care whether you win or lose. It's stupid to interview a coach right after a game. They're on edge. Something's gone wrong. You can count on it. Win by 40, and they're mad because someplace in the first quarter something didn't go right. So don't interview them. They're going to say something that they're going to regret, or you're going to regret putting in the paper. But I also got to see him as a dad. He never interfered with Mary Beth's coaches. He let them alone. I don't know what went on at home. He may have said, yeah, you got that idiot, but we'll play around him, you know. Oh, no, that was a regular parent thing, wasn't it? Anyway, but it was just fun to see that he left the other coaches to coach his daughter, and he was a parent. And that's hard to do, especially when you know as much as you do about coaching. So it was just super to see all that. Everybody always wants to know if I got to see Tim Logan play. The answer is yes. Tim got reminded of this while we were doing our voting. I actually heard the name Tim Logan before I ever got to see Tim Logan. And this is a scene right out of The Three Musketeers. Tim shows up as the new kid in school. Well, you know, the new kid, you know, and especially coming with a reputation. Several of the guys thought it'd be neat to push and try and bully him a little bit. Well, the next thing you know, he's challenged like 3 or 4 of them to a fight after school across in Fred Cycle's yard. I'm taking pictures, and I think it was the junior high year they had cross country, and Mary Beth was even on that team. And Mike Kervin is the coach, and all at once he gets somebody yelling at him, you got to go across the street, you got to go across the street. And he came back and related the thing. Tim was there, he was going to fight all 4 of them. He didn't care. I was like, whoa. But when I did get to see him play, and you hear about his scoring and everything, but it was mentioned earlier, the broken nose thing. Yeah, he got a broken nose. He came back and played that same week with the face mask on. Okay, so that's a face mask. Didn't affect his shot, didn't affect his playing. He just hustled, never missed. Now, my finger hurts. I need at least a week to recover. Just a different time. And before there was even the 3-point line, it was so much fun. His ball awareness gets lost in everything. He would launch a 19-footer that he probably shouldn't have put up, but he would launch it from like the strong side. It would hit the basket, and on the weak side, he was there putting the basket back in. Maybe that's how he got 40 rebounds. Either way, it was fun to watch him. Laura's just wonderful to write about. She was one of them, you know, so you never want to ask Laura about her game because it's always she did this wrong or she did that wrong and she had to work on this and she had to try harder. And she never did. But she was so sweet about stuff. And by that time, I was already so old. I like it. The 2 girls both said, you haven't changed a bit. Well, that's because I was old when you knew me. I mean, it's simple. But I always remember one time, and I also don't remember stories after I write them. Once they're written, they're done. I'm on to the next thing. And I think it was, I can't even remember when it was, but she said something to me about, I think they had played Effingham and been beaten rather severely. And she said, hey, thank you for that Effingham article. But, well, you know, I try to get them all in. Sometimes they get behind, but I try to get them all in.
She says, yeah, when you wrote that story about us losing Deaf Ann this time, I played a lot better than I did the last time. Yeah, well, 2 memories for you, no charge. And then Lacey, like I said, so many memories with you guys. You know, just watching you, and you said, watching you go from somebody you're wondering why they're playing basketball to being the player you were. That's what makes seeing sports really fun. And watching you follow in Brittany's footsteps. I mean, those were some big shoes to fill. I really credit Brittany with turning softball around. She's the one who made people go, you ought to go see this. And you know what? Unlike baseball, they get them done in an hour and a half. You know, it was just fun. And you did the same thing. And you guys just threw so hard. And you got to find out what she did. When you went to college, they moved you back, what, 3 feet or something? Everything you threw, what got better, didn't it? The drop and all that. Brittany's college coach told me, he said, you think she's good now, you ought to come see her next year when we move her back. She's throwing so hard, nothing works like it should. So it's fun. Jordan, I have to admit, when I saw you, I really looked for the longest time, because after that run to state for Coach Welch, I knew that your right arm had to be at least 1.5 feet longer than the other. I mean, I'm so thrilled they didn't have a pitch count back then. 1, we probably wouldn't have gone. And 2, it was just fun to watch you go out there and compete every time. The thing with, Lisa and the sign. I don't know hardly any kids who could have played with that going on. And what? They said you dropped like 40 points that game? Should have kept the sign there forever, you know. And then there he is. My friend, Joel. And, you know, I talk about God's sense of humor. Based on the Joel we all knew in high school, could anybody have seen a judge coming? I mean, maybe on the other side of this thing, but not behind it with a robe on. Come on. But God, you just, I mean, in this town, carrying the name Palace is almost a curse. You have no choice. You have to play tennis. You can't play number 6 on the team. You can't even play number 2. And you did that with so much class and so well. You never let it wear on you. If you did, it was when you were home. You were just cool with it. You know, this is who I am. This is what's expected. I'm going to do it. And then when you pull out this stuff, hey, tennis player at Flora just named all conference in football. What? That don't happen. And then he does it in basketball, and it's like, okay, he's probably not going to play tennis this year. Then he goes out and goes back to state. You know, 4 years going to state. You know, you guys that do this stuff just amaze me. Anyway, I have to kind of point out along the way, there's so many who's been responsible for me standing here. I'm telling you, this table sitting down here, these are friends that I really don't think I would be here without them. They've all been so important in my life. And I've long since forgiven Weaves for leaving. I thought he was going to take my place, but see how he is. Now I tell him all the time, he now sells weapons to the government so they can blow up stuff in foreign countries, but he makes good money at it. He left poverty for money. I don't understand it. And he got him a good wife along the way. Something I didn't write down, but Sarah, either blame me or credit me. If I hadn't said to him, Weaves, the Advocate Press is a dead end. You need to go to Fairfield and get that job down there. Tom, looking for one. He'll pay you better than here, and you never know what's going to happen. For the longest time, there were only cousins down there, and he wasn't part of the family, so he couldn't get married. And then you moved in down there, and there was somebody else. So blame me or credit me, but you know, you guys wouldn't be together if it hadn't been for me suggesting he go to work down there. Anyway, I'm not going to begin to try and thank all of them because at my age, and I know I'm going to forget somebody, so we won't even worry about it. I do appreciate all the athletes. I mean, all you guys talk about your memories and everything. If you think about the memories you've given me, it's like memories on steroids. Yeah, let me finish. When Mabel and I moved to Flora, I can promise you I was not the guy that you all got to know. But Mabel changed all that. Without Mabel, I've said it more than once, I'd probably be dead alongside the road someplace on a motorcycle. Well, I guess I wouldn't be on a motorcycle if I was dead. Figure it out, something. Anyway, because of my association, because of Mabel, but also because of my association with you, the young athlete in my life, I realized I needed to change to be around you. And because of that, I worked ever since I got to Flora to be better. And the work will continue. For those of you who are still sitting here, and the couple who are still awake, I'm going to tell you, I'm honored to be in this Flora High School Hall of Fame. I'm shocked. I just don't know what to say. I'm a little different. I want everybody to know that because of the Marine Corps indoctrination, I don't believe awards are earned, but rather given, either for what you have done or what you will do. So for the last time, God's sense of humor, I will now attempt to earn that which has been given to me. So, my dear Mabel, I guess there won't be any vacations for a while. That's enough.
Hey guys, just wanted to thank you all again for coming. We will have the second Hall of Fame next homecoming. We'll give you more information on that later in the year. Drive home, have a safe trip, and thank you again for coming.